Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Starry Tarot. Good to see you. My name is Sophie. I am your family tarot reader for this evening. If you are new here, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your subscription. If you are returning, hello, welcome back. I can answer any of your questions with the exception of medical and or legal questions. But I can answer what is on your mind other than that. I answer all sorts of questions, obviously a lot of romance questions, a lot of financial questions, career questions, spiritual guidance questions. You name it, as long as it's not medical or legal, and I can take care of you. Hello, Austin. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, it's a little late. It's a little late for me to be on. I felt a calling to go on tonight. I don't know how long I'll end up being on, but we'll see. And as you know, I usually go on around like 4 Pacific time, and it's 7 now. But I was busy today, but I have intentions of coming online. I am also a psychic medium. I can communicate with those who have passed on. If that is something that you are interested in, please let me know. I'm finally catching you at your beginning of Hi! Hey, Harley! How are you doing, love? Good to see you. Yeah, I normally, as I was just saying to Austin, I normally go on a little earlier, but tonight I felt called to come on a little later. I hope you're doing well, love. Yeah, if mediumship is something that you are interested in, all of my mediumship information can be found just there in the chat. It is really helpful if you can, well, I do need you to provide me with their name, their date of birth, their date of passing, but it is extra helpful if you can also provide a photograph of the person who you are trying to get into communication with. It's not a necessity, but it really does help me out. And work was hella busy. Wook flu. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Austin? My job doesn't get busy. It's just I have a lot of work or I don't. But I tend to like staying busy. I need to, when things are slow, it's like kind of holds me back. I also offer soulmate confirmation readings. These are all just suggestions for types of readings or menu of readings that I offer, in addition to suggestions for types of readings you may be interested in that I offer. My soulmate confirmation reading is pretty self-explanatory there. I communicate with, I ask your spirit guides and your angels if a certain person in your life is indeed a soulmate, and if the answer is yes, they'll tell us why or why not, and why and in what capacity they are. If not, they'll also give the reason. Conversely, we can also, there's 2 ways I do the soulmate reading. I can either ask directly if a certain person is a soulmate of yours in your life, or I can ask them if they give their blessing, which doesn't really solidify the soulmate thing, but it kind of does. Our spirit guides and our ancestral spirits really want what's very, very best for us. And so it can be hard to get their approval sometimes. Doesn't always happen. So when you do get their approval regarding someone, it is a good sign. I would say that would mean that yes, they are indeed a soulmate of some capacity. Hello, E. Welcome. It is tarot time. It's a little later than it normally is, but hello. Hope you're doing great. I also offer past life regression readings. Those are always fascinating. always super fascinating. Oh, and by the way, I am using the Beautiful Creatures deck tonight. These gorgeous, they're such, oh my god, I know I say this, I gush about every deck that I have, but this one really is super cute. They look like life dolls. Yes, I offer past life regression readings. And for those of you who are not familiar with past life regression therapy or want to know more about it, I have been studying. It's I want to say it was invented in the 80s, but I think it was. I think it was developed in the early 80s, and it was developed by Helen Wambach, and she was amazing. I learned a lot from her, and I've been studying past life regression since I was very young. Hello, Sophie! Your name is my name too. How are you doing, love? I know, aren't these so cute, the Beautiful Creatures? I don't know if you've seen this deck before, but they're absolutely adorable. Big-eyed dolls. Yeah, past life regression readings. I offer those. In the description, it says that it is, we ask for a past life to be illustrated that might best help you with challenges that you might be facing in this life. You can ask with any intent. If you're needing like a gratitude boost in your life, I highly recommend asking for a past life of yours that was the most troubling, the most challenging. It'll definitely make you grateful for some of the things, a lot of the things that you have in your life. I saw a huge butterfly the size of my hand the other day. Oh my gosh, were you in the rainforest? That's incredible. I've been seeing butterflies a lot lately too. I don't know if they're going extinct or what, but am I crazy? But I feel like I saw way more butterflies when I was a kid back in the 90s. And I just don't see them that much anymore. I mean, yeah, I live in a city. But even even at times when I haven't been living in cities, I still don't see them just nearly as often as I used to. And I grew up in a relatively urban area, suburban area. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else has noticed this, but I don't really see butterflies as often as I used to. But I did see a couple this week. They were very itty bitty. One was very, very tiny, very, very cute. At my house, it was colored dark brown, then changed to black. So it was a camouflage, but it had the power of camouflage. I didn't know butterflies had that, but I wouldn't be surprised. I know a lot of creatures do. Yeah, okay. That's really cool, Sophie. That is very cool. Right. They are called witch butterflies. Oh, I've never heard of them. I should check that out. That's very cool. Yeah, that sounds very witchy. Very neat. I also offer, and this is just a suggestion, no additional donation amount is necessary, but I always encourage my thoughts, feelings, and intentions spread. If you are questioning someone's thoughts, feelings, and or intentions towards you, it answers 3 in 1. And it can be done, it doesn't have to be about someone romantic. I did a TFI reading for a client earlier this week regarding her boss after a particularly difficult meeting. So it doesn't have to be someone romantic, and it can be done with a mini reading, which is 5 cards, a full reading, which is 10, or an in-depth, which is 15. But it'll show you what your current energies are, their thoughts, their feelings, and their intentions towards you, as well as their general energies in the connection. Hi, Christy, welcome. I got your donation earlier. Thank you so much, love. I will be reading for you after the live stream. And he texted you this morning. Okay. I hope you're doing well. What was I saying? Yeah, so I highly recommend the thoughts, feelings, and intentions spread. Some of my clients call it the OG love reading, but like I said, it doesn't have to necessarily be about someone that you have love for, is romantic or amorous. Now he's saying, leaving alone and calling me weird and corny because I don't respond how he wanted this morning. Yeah, he's that. I'm really sorry, Christy. I'm really sorry that he's being this way, but it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. This is his behavior. He's acted this way before. Remember when he told you you had like no emotion and you were lame? He said it before. I mean, if a guy ever said that to me, I'd be done. I'd be done. Like, if that's how they feel, like, no. And I'm not saying that's legitimately how he feels, but, you know, the fact that he's even saying it more than once, no. How is that not exhausting? That's got to feel so exhausting. Yeah. Yeah. I also offer private readings. I offer 2 different types of private readings. I offer them by appointment only. Just you and me over Zoom, and we can schedule it for really as long as you like. I recommend an hour, half an hour to an hour, depending on how many questions you have, how many situations we're reading about. And there's no limitation to the number of cards I pull or the number of questions I answer. And if you need more time and I can accommodate you, I'm more than happy to. And it's the same setup as this. You see the cards, you see me, or you don't see me if you don't want to. I can always move me. But you'll see the cards, hear me, and everything. And you can provide all the context and backstory that you want. He's steady watching all my stories on Snapchat, yet calling me weird and corny and telling me to leave him alone after he flirted with me this morning. And I told him you left. Remember, then he should block on Snapchat and the phone and stop watching my stories all day. Yeah, that's weird, Christy. I wouldn't take that as like flattering. It's weird. Like he is interested enough to like watch your Snapchat stories, but he won't ever post about you on his Instagram. Like, and nothing adds up with him, Christy. It just doesn't. Yeah. And I'm sorry that he's being a jerk, but. Because you don't deserve that. No one deserves that. So I offer 2 different types of private readings. I offer them over, like I mentioned, over Zoom by appointment only. And then I also offer them when I am not online at any time. You can, if you ever have a question, Christy did it today. If you ever have a question and I'm not online, just send me your donation and I can answer your reading for you within 24 hours. I can usually do it within about 3 to 5 hours or so, sometimes sooner. But I always have a deck of cards on me. And that's no additional donation amount. It's not one-on-one unless we both happen to be on Instagram at the same time. Oh, also, if you don't use Instagram, I also type. Type them by email if that is something that you would want to. If you don't use social media, I can always just type it in email too. And I'm a good writer too, so, and I like to write. Okay. I sent that I would do a 5 card reading. Can you do one on here and one after your live night? Yeah, Christy, yeah, no problem. And I just received it. Thank you so much, love. Let me go ahead and keep going. My question is, why is Devontae acting rude and weird after he texted me this morning? Okay. So you guys, so he broke up with you last night, and I'm a little confused about the timeline here, Christy. He broke up with you last night, and then he texted you this morning. He flirted with you, you said. Did he apologize? Or did he just act like nothing had happened? I don't really understand. Sorry, one moment. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird after he texted Christy this morning? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Why is Devante acting rude and weird towards Christy after he texted her this morning? Okay, Christy. Let us see here. Okay. I need a bigger boat. We have the Empress, the Hermit reversed, Six of Swords reversed, Ten of Cups, put this one here, and Ten of Pentacles reversed. Okay. So I would be a liar if I were to say that he had absolutely no, and I said this to you last night, I believe it was last night, I'd be a liar if I were to just sit here and say that he has absolutely no feelings towards you or anything like that. I swear Geminis are moody and confusing. We've got both this Empress card here and this Ten of Cups. You're right. You know, you said something last night that I was thinking about earlier today. You said, I'm the only man who would stand by, or no, I'm the only woman who would stand by that man. No other woman would have done that. Or most women wouldn't do that. And you're right. Most women wouldn't do that. Now, why is that? Why would most women not do that? Not stick by him? Because his behavior is not correct. Just like you stood by Keith, and no other woman would have stood by him. You know, I know you're a good woman, but you have to also be conservative with who you give your energies to and your warmth to and your unconditional loyalty to, especially when they haven't earned it. And he's done nothing to earn it. He's done nothing to earn it. He shows glimmers. He'll say, and girl, actions speak louder than words. He'll say things that show that seem to show a glimmer of hope. But then there's no action. There's just no action. And yeah, you are pretty much the only woman who's putting up with any of his BS right now. And Geminis don't do well alone. They're the twins. They're the lovers. They usually need always a counterpart. And you are that person right now. You bring him contentment, and he hasn't fully moved away. He hasn't fully detached himself. He's halfway detached, but he's not fully detached with this Six of Swords reversed. And he's not fully retreating. with the Hermit reversed. I told you he'd be talking to you again. And I think that there's going to be, this is just a toxic cycle, and he's going to try and get you to be back with him again, and just back and forth, you know, regardless as to whether he's a Gemini or not, Christy, he's unhinged. He's not stable. And this really bothers me too. This Ten of Pentacles reversed. We've pulled this before with him. The Ten of Pentacles, you know, this is like the Star is my favorite card, but I think this is the most powerful card in the deck. The Ten of Pentacles, it's everything. It's the marriage card. It's not just the marriage card, it's the happy family card. The mom, the dad, the dog, the kid, the whole shebang. He's not looking to create a legacy with you. He's not looking to start a family with you. You guys are on different pages, and he's telling you things that you want to hear to keep you in his life in some capacity, because you do bring him contentment at the end of the day. Because like I said, there's no other woman that would put up with his crap right now. No other woman would do it. At least he doesn't know any. And so, you know, without you, he's really quite alone in terms of feminine energy in his life with the Empress. I know he has a lot of dude friends, but I know he doesn't have female friends. He doesn't respect women enough to have female friends. And like I mentioned, that is something very prominent with Gemini is, yes, they usually need a counterpart, usually of the opposite, if they're straight, the opposite gender. And you're the feminine energy in his life right now. You're the only feminine energy in his life right now. You know, not including his mom, I guess. I don't know if he has a mom or where she is, but you are the only one. And this is how he's treating you. Like, it's no wonder to me why no woman in Houston will touch him with a 10-foot pole. Like, or if they do, it's, you know, I'm not going to explain it on my channel, but it's planned, and you know what I'm talking about. So, and I certainly don't think any of the women that have been involved with him in the past in that capacity have stuck around. I think honestly, the last one who did for any amount of time was his baby mama. And I really wonder what he did to push her away. I'm sure he says all the time that she's crazy, she was a bitch, she was this, that she was that, because they always do. They always do. But it takes two to tango, okay? Yeah, maybe she's not perfect. I'll take that. Sure, nobody is. But seeing how he treats you, like, what did he do there? Yeah, I can. No problem. What was the second question? I don't know if you posted it. Could you post it, sweetheart? Now I'm getting cold. Question is, will Devante apologize to me for how he acted yesterday? He still hasn't apologized, girl. He just texted you this morning and acted like nothing had happened. Did you say anything? Sorry, yeah, to what? What are you, what are you saying yeah to? That he just called and acted like nothing had happened? And you acted like nothing had happened? No, I had to grab something, so I put it on mute. I'm here. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he acted yesterday? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he acted yesterday? So are you guys even back together? You said no apology. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he treated her yesterday and what he said? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he treated her yesterday? Okay. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he treated her yesterday? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he treated her yesterday? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he treated her yesterday? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he treated her yesterday? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Will Devante apologize to Christy for how he treated her yesterday? He's still being rude, telling me to leave him alone after he texted me flirty messages this morning and watched my Snapchat all day. He's being manipulative, Christy's being really manipulative. And would an apology even make anything better? He does this all the time. He apologizes and nothing, he doesn't change his behavior. We have Six of Wands reversed, Knight of Pentacles, Nine of Pentacles, Two of Cups, and Five of Pentacles reversed. Yeah. The answer is yeah. Yes, he is going to apologize to you. He's going to try to keep the peace and harmony with this Two of Cups. Like I told you, you're the only woman. Yeah, he calls you mean, weird, corny, lame. How is that acceptable? And he's done this before. Would an apology really change anything, Christy? Because he does this, and he'll continue. You do deserve an apology, but what you deserve is someone who's not going to do this again. And he's going to do this again. He's done it before, he'll do it again. And I know you say that you put your foot down, but not hard enough. That's something else too, is, you know, if I was putting my foot down with someone, say they called me lame or stupid or ugly or whatever the hell they called me, any mean thing that rubbed me the wrong way, I would stop talking to them. And that's how I put my foot down, with action. I wouldn't do it through, like, you need to change, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, talk is cheap, you know? I would highly recommend that, Christy. And honestly, and I don't want to recommend it because I know the reason why you're going silent is so he can possibly come back. But really, you should stay silent just so he stays the hell away. He's not good for you, but I know I can't convince you otherwise. But it's an empty apology, girl. If somebody doesn't change their ways and continues to behave in the way that they're apologizing for, it's an empty apology. That's just a negative cycle being repeated over and over again. The Six of Wands reversed. There's no victory there. There's no win there. He'll likely say with this Knight of Pentacles and Nine of Pentacles, yeah, like I'm going to act. I'm gonna, really try to change. And it's like keeping the peace, keeping you in his life. But does he, oh my God, Five of Pentacles reversed, does he feel badly? No. No. Five of Pentacles is regret, is feeling regretful about something. When it's reversed, it means someone doesn't feel regretful about what they did. I think the only lesson he's going to be able to learn is, yeah. I don't know if he's going to learn any lessons, Christy. So long as you continue going back to him, he's going to continue doing this. It's not going to change. I mean, I certainly hope he does. I really do, Christy. I really hope he does change. Hope he gets his act together, but I've been saying that for like a year now. So, you know, I'm just observing what I'm seeing here and what you tell me, and it does not look good. Five of Pentacles reversed is literally someone who doesn't feel regretful, someone who doesn't feel guilty or badly for what they did. Now, if he doesn't feel regretful for what he did, and he's just doing this to stay in their good graces when he feels like it, when his mood wants to be back in, when his mood permits it, he wants you on his terms, and not just on his terms, but on his time too, when he feels like it. And then he also wants to, you know, put you down, have the opportunity to put you down and make himself feel bigger, or whatever reason he does it for. You should be tired of being good. I can't imagine how exhausting this is, Christy. I keep on saying this. Aren't you exhausted? Isn't this just exhausting? I couldn't put up with this. I wouldn't be able to put up with this, Christy. And I have the patience of a saint. I really do. And it's taken years to cultivate. But I really do have a lot of patience. I'm a very kind woman, as are you. But I don't take bullshit from people. It gets to a certain point where if you recognize that you're being taken advantage of, lied to, given the runaround, that's when you have to actually put your foot down. I can see how tired you would be, Christy. This has been going on for too long. And the longer it goes on, the worse it is, because the longer that we are with someone, spending time with someone, the more that we, wait, how is that possible? Oh, how is that possible? Oh, because we just received a donation. I was going to say, how come I have that? Okay, I thank you so much, Deb, for your donation. Now I know why. I had more in my phone. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, this has got to be exhausting, Christy. And I know the idea of starting a new relationship is exhausting. And I don't think starting a new relationship would be good right now. I think you need to heal from this. But this has got to be just too much. I mean, it would be too much for me. He's, you know. No, I saw that my so my Cashapp said that I had a certain amount of money in it, and it was higher than what I thought. I really didn't want to say that, but no, it wasn't hidden. It just hadn't come through first, so it just like came out of my mouth. But yeah, so I was like, I see. Thank you so much, Deb, and thank you very much, Christy, for your donations. I really appreciate you. I'm here for you, okay? And I'm not here to just like trash on him. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to keep on seeing cards that are not good, hearing news that isn't good. Yeah. So there's a lot to consider. I'm just so frustrated. I don't understand why he acts this way. Because he can. Because he can, Christy, and he gets away with it. That's why. He does it because he can. There's no other reason. The whole argument was silly that caused this. Yeah. You deserve a lot better, Christy. This is too much. Miss Deb, thank you very much. Love for your donation. Please go ahead and post your question right there in the chat. Thank you. Deb, love, are you there? Miss Deb. Oh my god, what is going on? Sorry, one sec, I'll be right back. Sorry about that, and we are back. All right. Will CB try to contact me again? And who's CB again? I always forget. It's hard to remember, Deb, because they're initials and not names, which is fine. But it doesn't stick as much in my memory when it's initial. Is this problem guy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, or is this good guy who likes you? I mean, well, the other guy likes you, but the obsessed guy, angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, will CB try to contact Deb again? Okay. We have the Empress reversed, the Hierophant reversed, Ace of Swords reversed, the Emperor reversed, and Two of Swords. It doesn't look good right now. But I will say, as I always do, Deb, the future is largely unwritten. There is free will involved. Tarot is all about reading current energies, and as the current energies stand, I don't know if you see this, but we've got both the Empress reversed on this end, we've got the Emperor reversed on this end. There is definitely a hesitation to contact you again at this time. Hi, ABCDEFG. If you would like to ask a question, all my donation information can be found at the top of the chat. Thank you. And it's also the Divine Feminine and the Divine Masculine are both reversed. And I'm not saying that you're the Divine Feminine that is reversed here. What I mean is he's feeling, well, the Empress is also about expression too in messages. and communication, even though I know he's manifesting me. Yeah. Is this the problematic guy? Because we literally have the Ace of Swords reversed right here. The Ace of Swords is like is the onset of communication. It's using one's voice. It's communicating. The Hierophant reversed is the Hierophant is speaking out to the world, is communicating and is listened to. And right now he's feeling confused. This is why I said it doesn't look good. I can't give you a solid no here, because there is this energy of him being on the fence, like he's going back and forth. Yes, it is. The Magician also came out when I pulled. Do you read reversals, Deb? And someone else I know that reads. The Magician came out? Okay. Because if the Magician's reversed, that is someone with that usually manipulative intention. So that's why I was curious if it was reversed or not. But I asked about communication, if he plans on reaching out to you again. I don't know when the last time you guys spoke was, but he might actually might be like settling into reality. Like, how do I even put this? He's settling into reality. He's getting out of Delulu land, I think. And he may, I don't know if he has like a lot of, I'm the one that should be on the defense. Why is he in my dreams? Oh, sorry, honey, I didn't say he was on defense. I said he's on the fence, no defense, no defensiveness. No, he's on the fence. He doesn't quite know whether he should call you in or not. I think he wants to, but with this confusion here, I think it's something's holding him back. Why is he in your dreams then? I wouldn't be able to answer that. There's a multitude of reasons as to what our dreams are. I mean, I had some really weird dreams last night. And I had one where I was cutting my arm, and then I realized at the class that I did yesterday morning, or the morning before, there was a giant painting of a woman that was cutting herself. So sometimes it's just things that are in our subconscious that are being processed, that come to the forefront when we are sleeping. It could be subconscious desires. I don't really believe too much. I believe in prophetic dreams, but I'm not too much of a dream analyzer. Usually after someone is in my dreams, they contact me. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Because yeah, he's on the fence here. There's confusion. But I can't help but notice this. These cards are communication cards. Very like strong communication cards. They almost mean nothing else. And we're specifically talking about communication. Why would it be a subconscious desire when I was dating someone else recently? Subconscious desire means that you don't know, that it's not within your consciousness. So it's beyond your actual conscious, like knowing. It's below that. It's the subconscious. And I'm not saying like, oh, you want him, you like him. I'm not saying that, or saying that you have stronger feelings for, someone else. Yeah, and you just said you have stronger feelings for the other person. I hear you. But you asked me why you were dreaming about him, and from my knowledge of dreams and my studies in psychology, it is often our subconscious. Sometimes it's things we've seen or heard throughout the day, and I do believe in prophetic dreams. I do. Do I think they're as common as the rest of the dreams that we have? No, I don't. But they do exist. I'm saying a lot. Yeah, so it may very well be that, you know, you still do have some desire and feelings towards him, but yeah, you were dating someone else that you have stronger feelings for. Um, doesn't mean that that person isn't still on your mind, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was on a more subconscious level. Um, because your attentions were like actively diverted to a different person, and B, he's been so problematic and exhausting to deal with, quite frankly, that I could see why you would put it in the back of your mind, you know? And again, that's usually a subconscious thing too. We don't realize that we're doing that, you know? So he's getting out of Delulu land and gave up. That's the vibe. That's the energy I'm seeing. That's the energy that I'm getting. Yeah. Um, it's not to say that he doesn't have feelings for you anymore. Um, that's not what I'm saying. But I think he's awoken to the reality that you wouldn't date him. The Devil card came out for the third time again yesterday from someone else too. Yeah, the Devil's a problematic one. Was it reversed or upright? Because again, I that's why I read reversals, because they have different meanings depending on whether they're upright or not. Devil upright or reversed when it comes to him, yeah, he feels very. And I think last time I read for you for him, I think the Devil came up, where he feels, you know, drawn to you, a temptation towards you. That's funny and concerning to me. What, the Devil card? It's always upright? Okay. Yeah, it's... So he definitely still feels, you know, some type of way for you. When you write for him, it's always been upright. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I always see it, like, he definitely still... I would be hard-pressed to think that he just doesn't have feelings for you anymore, Deb. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if we asked if he was going to reach out to you, we literally got communication cards reversed. And then both the Emperor and the Empress both reversed. And that's telling me that he knows that things wouldn't work out between the two of you. And you've told me that you wouldn't date him either. And you've told him that, right? Why would it be temptation when he's single? That's usually for taking people. Well, I think because you've shirked his advances, yet he keeps on coming forward. Usually when someone's romantic advances are rejected, they call it a day and quit. He can't stop. He couldn't stop. So I don't know if he had a dream or something, or if he had some kind of revelation. But this is just where I'm seeing the cards. Love, I'm not here to, you know me, I've been reading for so long. Not here to give anyone news that's not, you know, I'm only telling you what I'm seeing and feeling, hun. And we literally got 2 communication cards, both reversed. Emperor and the Empress both reversed. That tells me that he's realized, like, this isn't going to work. She's pushed me away. Yeah. And I've even asked you too, like, would you actually date him? And I think you've told me multiple times, no, it wouldn't work. He's definitely a sex before marriage guy. That's one aspect of it, but he's also just unhinged. I know that you feel an attraction to him, not as strong as it was, I know, or for other people, I understand. As he does for you, but with that 2 of Swords underneath all those cards, that tells me that, yeah, he's had some kind of shift in his thinking. And if it's been since October, since you last spoke, I don't know how recently he developed this. It could have been over time, over the past few weeks. You know, he could have just, like, come to... I don't know if he has... And this is something I was going to say earlier. I don't know if he has a lot of friends, but that Hierophant reversed is also an indicator that he's been listening to other people. If he's been asking for friends or family, asking friends and family for advice, they may have told him, like, look, bro, she's just not into you. She doesn't want to be with you. And if you were to be together, like, you know, would it really work? Like, she's pushed you away, like, just, like, move on, you know? What do you mean by he doesn't have any attraction to me? He's always came at me very strongly. I never said, Deb, girl, I don't know if I don't speak clearly to you or what, but I never said that. I never said he doesn't have attraction for you. I said he does. I said the exact opposite. And I've said it multiple times tonight. I said he still absolutely has attraction to you. Absolutely. 100%. You never said that. He's, yeah, and that's what I was saying. He still has feelings, still has attraction. And that's what you meant by the reversals. No. What I'm talking about with the reversals, I can't speak for anybody else's reading, Deb. I can't. Like, I just can't speak. And it's not that I'm disrespecting other readers. It's just I have to. It's like, you know, doctors can't diagnose someone. Oh, okay, I'll diagnose you with this because your other doctor diagnosed you with that. No, it's like you need a second opinion. Well, this is my opinion. This is my reading, and what I got. And we asked specifically about communication. You know, and that's what the reversals were saying was no communique. Literally, these are communication cards. The Ace of Swords is Ace of Swords. We didn't get the Eight of Wands. Ace of Swords and Eight of Wands, though, are the two communication cards. Literally, okay, Ace of Swords can also mean a victory of some type. But when it's reversed, it usually means either a defeat, which he could very well be feeling right now, a sense of defeat. I didn't even think about that, but Ace of Swords reverse is also a sense of defeat, putting down one's sword and walking away, and not speaking anymore. Because all those reversals were communication cards. Yeah. I didn't ask anything about his feelings for you, but I know that they're still there. I feel them in the energies, and it also, you know, I don't. People's feelings don't just disappear overnight, you know. Yeah, the Six of Wands. Oh wait, in the other reading, okay. Yeah, energies are constantly shifting. I'm not remembering the specific questions we asked about him the other day, but and I don't remember the exact answers that I gave you either. But this is what I'm saying, okay? And it, again, doesn't mean that he will never speak to you ever again. But in the immediate future, or at least at the current time, it doesn't look very promising, at least not soon. There's free will involved, and that's what's going on, is he's got free will. He can call you if he wants, or he cannot. And that's that Two of Swords. He's on the fence. He's not defensive. He's on the fence. Doesn't know. Doesn't think. But he's leaning more towards he probably shouldn't. It was different the other day. Yeah. So, you know, it's not. Again, I'm not saying that it's never going to happen. Just as the current energies are, doesn't look like it's going to happen soon. But this guy is like a yo-yo too, as he's shown multiple times in his actions, so he may come around and call you. I don't know. But if he calls you, it'll likely be with the intention of wanting to be with you, which I know you don't want. So unless you want to be friends with him, is there really a point in continuing communication? I mean, it's up to you, but and you know, I bet you also, I bet if you reached out to him, I don't think he would ignore you. He would probably answer. But that's probably not something that you want to do, you know. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It's the current energies. You could also be going through something right now, girl. I don't know. But I do also think he's been influenced by some other people. I think he went to some friends or family members, people close to him, and I think they said, dude, just cut your losses here. She doesn't like you. I don't think I would want communication or friendship from someone who said the things he did. I'm not reaching out. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all the things he said, all the things he did and didn't do, like, no. I wouldn't reach out. So, him reaching out to you, well, I'm just kind of like pausing the question, like, what would be the advantage of him calling? He said mean-spirited and evil things. I know. Girl, I dealt with someone very similar just a few weeks ago. I got whiffs of it, and they pulled the same crap that this guy did. Blocked. And I like rarely ever block people, but this was a case, like, time to block. He made false promises and gave false hope too. Absolutely. Yeah. So, no, I think it's probably, I hate to put it this way, but it's probably for the best that you guys just move on, that he moves on, because he's never going to get what he wants from you, and it sounds like he's never going to give you what you want, and the longer you talk to him and give him energy and time, yeah, and they always do. They'll say whatever, because and it's usually that, because they know that that's what most women want, something long term, something traditional, something dedicated. So yeah, it's like he can't give you what you want. You won't give him what he wants. So the longer you guys keep talking or conversing, it's just, he's going to be on your mind still, and in your dreams, conversely, also in your dreams too. He's not just, or maybe he's not on your mind so much, like during the waking hours, but you're dreaming of him, I invested a lot of time. I don't respect my time being wasted. Yeah, he definitely wasted your time. And he'll waste more of it if he can. If you give him the opportunity, he'll waste more of your time. So I think that this is probably for the best if he doesn't reach out to you. Because he likely, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he would just end up harassing you again. Because that's how he reacts when he I'm sure, like, you guys talk, and there must be some nice moments between you where things are cool and you're just chatting, and then he'll say something, or you'll say something that he didn't want to hear, and he flips out and goes cray on you. That's a cycle. He's going to continue doing that. That's his knee-jerk reaction constantly whenever he's, like, pushed away. And I don't feel like I'm Empress reversed. No, and that's what I said. The Empress reversed isn't you. These are an imbalance in his, because we all have divine feminine and divine masculine energies, men and women, and his are both out of balance. I specifically said that this Empress card isn't your energy, hon. This is imbalanced energies, man and woman, yin and yang, both not right. And I don't feel like, so I think I should ask again what that energy is about. He flips out in person when things are brought up. Yeah. I don't know how often you see him in person, but yeah, that's really alarming. Yeah, when he doesn't get his way, he throws a tantrum. That's not a healthy relationship. A healthy relationship is give and take. It's balance, not the Emperor reverse and the Empress reverse. That's imbalance. That's not equal give and take. Yeah, man-child alert. When he doesn't get his way, this is how it goes. Oh, it's another woman? I never said that. I don't feel that, but it might be. We didn't ask if it was another woman. I would think if it was another woman, I would think that the Emperor and the Empress would be upright. That would be like, oh damn. I'm actually, yeah. If both the Empress and the Emperor were upright, I would think he may have moved on. It's still possible that he found another woman. That's possible. We didn't ask that. We asked if he was going to reach out to you. And it looks like he doesn't have an Empress in his life right now. It's reversed. He's too wildly imbalanced. That's how someone views reversals. Oh, they see the Empress as another woman? Okay, yeah, no, I've never seen it like that. I see the Three of Cups reversed as another woman all the time. That's a big one. Yeah, there's a few cards that are indicators to me that there's another party involved. Three of Wands reversed. But I'm not, yeah, that wasn't what we asked, so. According to his recent posts, no. Okay. Unless he's not posting her, that's possible if there is someone, but, you know, people usually post. His posts are about calling out women and stuff. Ew. Like, is he into those, like, toxic masculine podcasts? I bet he hella listens to those. I bet he loves Andrew Tate, huh? That's all his social media is about, just calling out women. What a creep. I think I only the one about when women move on to a weaker man after being corrected. Yeah, you did tell me about that. Yeah. So gross. That's such a disgusting mentality. It's like, dude, no, you're the weak man. A strong man would never say that. Well, that's weird to have someone and then post that type of stuff. That's true. That's a good logical way of looking at it, Deb. Yeah. Is he does he like, because I know people have social media for different reasons. Some people post all about their lives. Some people post all about their work. I do a little bit of both. It used to be a lot more of me, and now it's more my work. Because I like to keep things, a little private. So that, I don't know how he uses his Instagram. You said that he posts stuff calling out women. I don't know if he's the type who would maybe feel comfortable posting a new woman in his life if she hasn't been in his life for very long. That's, I'm not playing devil's advocate here. I'm saying it's possible, but you're right. It's probably not. I mean, he's a single guy. I mean, he can talk to other women. He's not bound. It's a possibility. But I yeah. You're private too. Yeah. And especially if I first start dating someone, like, sometimes I don't even like taking selfies with new people I'm dating. But I usually keep it under wraps. I usually don't announce any new relationships of any type in my life unless they're pretty solidified. I don't want to jump the gun with things, like, oh, I'm dating this new guy, and then it ends in like a couple weeks or something. I get the ick or whatever, or he gets the ick, whatever. You know what I mean? His priorities are messed up then, because when he contacted me, inviting me over a month ago, saying he was evicted, he was still trying to spend time with me then after my birthday. Yeah. What do you mean by his priorities? I mean, I would say his priorities are messed up, but I think they've been, I already think they have been messed up for quite a while. His intentions aren't good, so why would his priorities be good, you know? I mean, girl, he could very well, yeah, his priorities probably aren't right, and he very well could, maybe he found, or he's trying to find a girl just to get over you. I've talked about that. Intention. You've got to look at the intention behind everyone's actions. And if someone is dating just for the sake of getting over somebody else, it's not going to work. Because if someone is recently divorced and got evicted, why would he focus on a relationship? Girl, I can't tell you how many people I know actually do. A lot. And here's the thing: is I don't know how. I feel like it's more. He was so used to having a woman in his life at all times. He needs that feminine energy, and he needs some feminine energy in his life. And I'm not making excuses for him. The guy's out to lunch, but this is what I'm seeing. No, I'm not saying he is. I don't know. I'm just like, we can ask if you want, but I'm just hypothesizing here. I'm not saying he is. No, we didn't ask that question. What I'm saying is, I had a point there. Yes. So he was, okay, now I remember. So he's recently divorced. Do I think that he wants to get into another marriage again? No, I don't. But I think that he wants a woman to spend time with in his life. Because he's like at a loss without having feminine energy in his life that he's consistently had for a very long time. And people are quite messed up after divorces, Deb. It's one of the hardest things to go through. It's the loss of a life. Even if they weren't married for a long time, even if he wasn't happy in the marriage, it's still a lot to go through. And that could be why it could be triggering a lot of his crazy behavior. Could be the reason why they divorced, because he behaves crazy and throws tantrums. I don't think he's trying to cultivate a relationship. Maybe he is. I don't know. We'd have to ask. I don't know. But I'm just hypothesizing here. I haven't pulled any cards. I'm just talking, okay? He could have, he could have. But I don't think that he's looking, I know he's not looking for a wife. I just feel like he wants a woman. And yeah, sex is a big part of that too. Yeah, that just came to me too. He's been married for a while. He's not used to not having a woman there. And again, I'm not making excuses or saying he's in the right at all. This is just how his mind's thinking, and I've seen this happen with recently divorced people. They don't want to start a new life, but they don't want to be alone either because they're going through a lot and they want some comfort. That's the energy I get from him. It takes a while for me to share who I'm dating. It has to be exclusive or long term. Yeah. I'm the same way. And we just received a donation from Miss Wendy. Hi, Wendy. Thank you so much, girl. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very, very much, Deb. I appreciate you as always. And I understand not wanting to ask if it's something that, if you know that if you know that the answer would affect you negatively, that's usually the safest thing to do there. But thank you, love. Thank you so much. Yeah, of course, you too. Miss Wendy, thank you. Oh, you're all good. No, there was no one here, so it's all good. I'm good, enjoying the rain finally. Right, girl? It rained here today too, and I was like, I woke up and I was like, I kind of dig this rain. I mean, you get far less of it than we do, but like, we haven't had rain for, summer just ended. Well, not, but we haven't had a lot of, we should have had rain probably like last month. We didn't have any. But yeah, I was like, wow, I normally hate the rain, hate walking in it, hate how it messes up my hair after I just do it. But it was really lovely today. It was lovely walking in the rain. And hearing, like, I can hear the cars outside. I love that sound when the street's wet. And I love the smell too. For sure, yeah. Rainy day vibes. I used to love the rain. I was in a band when I was in middle school, and I played guitar, and I sang. And I came up with the name of the band. It was me and two of my girlfriends. and we called ourselves The Rain. I'm sure there's some other band that's called themselves The Rain. Yes, that fresh rain smell. What does Spirit want me to release before the end of the year? Okay. Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of the year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Angels, Messengers, and Spirit Guides. What do Wendy's guides want her to release before the end of this year? Sorry, one sec. All right, hon. We have Three of Swords, Two of Pentacles reversed, Knight of Pentacles reversed, 10 of Pentacles, and 3 of Wands reversed. Ooh, girl. Ooh, child. Before we start with your reading, I had a thought about Samuel when I was on my way to work yesterday morning. I think it was just a consensus with your friends that, yeah, duh, he's way out of you're way out of his league. Like, he's cute, but you're gorgeous. However, he's cute enough that if his personality wasn't so, like, you know, like, reticent and unsure of himself, if he had more confidence, he would probably, like, I'm sure he would have gotten you. He would have actually gotten you. Because that self-confidence, that's sexy and that radiates. And that's what I feel is he was overwhelmed by the caliber of woman that was interested in him. And this is probably something that we've talked about all the time. Like, now I'm thinking about it, that was always kind of my theory. It was like, yeah, he definitely likes you. Ain't no doubt about that since day one. And yeah, he's just overwhelmed and didn't know, has no game, has no riz. He has, you know, but if he did, like, I think that he wouldn't be alone and he would have gotten you. And anyway. Yeah, and he didn't take advantage of that, and he's still acting a fool now. So let's start with this Three of Swords, disappointments. And it's easier said than done. Speaking of disappointments, to just let go of things that let us down. He used to make the dumbest excuses to talk to me. Yeah. Isn't he still kind of doing that too, a little bit? Yeah, Three of Swords, disappointment, letting go of disappointments from this year. Samuel being one. Again, it can be easier. That sounds a lot easier said than done. Just let go of it, girl. The disappointments from this year, forget about it. But seriously, it's not going to. I feel like you're gonna look back at the Samuel situation next year and be like, oh, geez, like, what was I thinking with that guy? Like, he never would have stepped up to the plate for me, so how would he have been, like, good partner, you know? Yeah, he's still lurking around, yeah. I see Spirit is saying to let go of two things here, Wendy. They're saying to let go of emotional disappointments from this year. Knight of Pentacles reversed, Two of Pentacles reversed. What is the Knight of Pentacles? It's the workhorse. It's the old ball and chain. It's you, too, Taurus. But in this context, I'm seeing it as Spirit really wants you to leave your current job. They've wanted that for a while. They don't want you to, and I don't either, and you're not the type to just leave without having another job lined up. This Three of Wands reverse, we're asking about things to let go of here. And Three of Wands reversed is impatience. You don't strike me as the impatient type. You're a Taurus. You move slowly. You know, you seem very patient. But Spirit is saying to just have more. I don't know any other way of putting it, but and it won't. They're not testing your patience or anything, but it's more like just, you know, just you'll see soon why patience. You won't need patience for much longer in terms of seeing things coming to manifestation in your life. I have so much Aries in my chart though. Oh, okay. So you do feel a little impatient about things sometimes, or not so much impatience, but yeah, wanting things to happen within a certain amount of time, and you only have so much time on this planet. But certain things can't be rushed. You know, and as you know, certain things just can't be rushed, and including your move, you know, your potential move to Europe, taking one's time. And then we've got this Ten of Pentacles. What, they want you to let go of all your money? This is what's confusing. This is the only card that's confusing me. One of my favorite cards comes up. That doesn't make no sense. To let go of the idea of a legacy, of growing something. What could this possibly mean? I don't think it's telling, I know it's not telling you to let go of that. I think it's in relation to leaving your current workplace. I think it's Spirit saying there's other opportunities out there, and better opportunities, ones that will amass more pentacles, jobs that will make you more money, make you happier, that won't require so much of your time and flexibility balancing and juggling everything with this Two of Pentacles reversed. Oh, Wendy, you're hella smart. I mean, that's what I said, is I don't feel like that's what they want. I don't feel like they want you to just jump ship here without another boat to safely land to. I don't think that they want you to let go of your financial stability. That seems stupid. But not what you said seems to, that what you said was actually a very smart way of analyzing it, but I don't think they want you to let go of that. Especially with it being in its upright form. What I think it is I think, especially being the last card here, I feel like it's, or the second to last card, I feel like it's a promise, or not a promise, but it's saying that there are, if you were to look again, I don't know when the last time you were looking for other jobs, but if you were to start looking again, you would find that makes me this much money. Yeah, and that's what I'm getting from Spirit, is that there are jobs that would make you that much money. Patience might be required in finding them, but they're for sure out there, and they wouldn't the jobs that Spirit is suggesting, is saying, yes, they would make you as much money. And don't let, don't think that the company that you work for is the only place that values you or that could afford you, because that's just not true. Other companies absolutely would value you as well, might even value you more, and would treat you better as an employee. Wouldn't I feel like it would be there's less stressful opportunities out there that absolutely would make you just as much money, if not more. Especially with all the time that you've spent now there at your current job, you have a rapport there and experience, and that's definitely good on one's resume. So I think that insecurity or that concern that those opportunities aren't out there, that's what Spirit wants you to let go of. Yeah, I'm picky because I want a job that's better with comparable pay, but I feel impatient. I think that's what Spirit is saying is have patience. It's out there, but you do have to keep finding it. Looking for another job is often work in and of itself. But so long as you steadily continue to look every day or every other day, whatever you want to allot it, you will find something. Yeah, I think this is a call to letting go of those self-limiting doubts. Like, I won't be able to find something, in a short amount of time. It will probably take some time. But I think with vigilance and diligence, like looking every single day, I can't see it taking more than 3 months. But that's like treating it like another job. Like finding another job is like, like setting aside like an hour every day for searching. And you don't even have to only apply to the things that would pay comparably. And it would be, additionally, it would be a job that aligns with your values. And so I feel like being in a new environment will also help me let go of my disappointment with Samuel. I think that too, girl. There's that ghost. He's haunting you like a ghost. He came back, which was very unexpected. We didn't think he was going to come back, but they called him back. And you would think he might look at that and be like, "Oh, this is fate. Now this is my second chance to actually, make this happen with Wendy." But he's not, and that's got to be really disappointing. I can only imagine. And having to see him every day, having to work with him, having to communicate, even if you don't work directly together, his aura is there, his energy's there. I think a new environment would do you wonderfully, Wendy. Yeah, since we did your 2025 reading last year, that I remember I was like, where do you work, Wendy? Like, your job is not aligned with your values. That's when I found out. Yeah, and that was in January. Spirit was saying this job does not align with your values, and it would be best for you to find something else. No, because he's too proud. You think that's what it is? You think that it's pride? I don't know if it's pride. I think it's insecurity. Maybe there's some pride to it, but I think that pride is. I think he's putting it on. I think it's false bravado. I think what it mostly is. I mean, I don't know. I don't know him as well as you do, but it sounds to me like if he is acting too proud, it's probably some false bravado. Really? Wow. Why? I'm sorry, did I say that? I did. He's got a big ego, and he doesn't want to be vulnerable. That's interesting that such a shy guy that doesn't take action would have such a big ego. That also, yeah, I don't know. I think that big ego is him making up for other things he's lacking in his life. He thinks he's so smart and everyone is dumb. Oh, yeah, one of those types, yeah. Yeah, I hate that. And also, to me, like, when I meet really, really smart people, the smartest people, like the most staggeringly intelligent people I know in my life, they never have that attitude. It's so that's someone who's smart enough, but you know, he's not Stephen Hawking. And if he had, you know, that kind of brain power, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he would likely, you know, if he did harbor those sentiments, he would likely keep them to himself. It's his insecurity. He has nothing else going on. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's got nothing else going on. He's not seeing anyone. I don't know if he like has friends or anything, but yeah. So my friends think that it's because he knew he messed up, and now he's avoiding me because he feels bad for himself. Yeah. And part of that might be him. I think a part of him low-key wishes that you will acknowledge it and possibly do or say something about it, like, oh, Samuel's looking, you know, so sad, blah, blah. I don't know if he is looking sad or mopey, but he could be vying for your attentions with that, like, oh, pity me, you know. Yeah, I definitely feel like he's got a pity party going on big time right now. It's the only party he's been invited to for a while. Yeah, he messed up big time. And not only did he mess up big time, but he had a chance to rectify that. He got a second chance, you know? No, he's avoiding me like the plague. Oh, okay. I thought you said he was like trying to talk to you and make excuses to talk to you and stuff. Avoiding you like the plague, it might be for the best, love. You know? Just not have him around. Because, I mean, well, because think about it this way, Wendy, like, that was Christian. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, because think of it this. What was I just gonna say? Yeah, I mean, I know it hurts that he's. Well, you know, it's gonna be disappointing that he's avoiding you like the plague. But if he was hovering around you like a hummingbird, would that be more painful? I don't know. I think just his presence, whether it, you know, unless he takes your hand and says, let's be together, you know, and suddenly like has like, you know, some gumption, then yeah, it could just be, just feels like he's just haunting, whether, you know, he was there. And even if he did try to, like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like, exactly, yeah. Samuel would lurk around but won't be direct. Yeah, I don't want to be reminded daily of my... Exactly. That's what I'm saying, is like whether he's, you know, unless he says, hey, and that's the thing, is you're ready for your new love. Like, he had his chance. Like, even if he did, you know, try to make things work this time around, he had his chance, and he really, you know, did a number with you and pulled a fast one, and not cool. Not cool. And I totally understand, yeah, not wanting to be reminded daily of that disappointment daily. Girl, I can't wait for this, ew, there's hair on my desk. It's probably for me. I can't wait for this dinner that you're going to. I think it's going to be very fortuitous, Wendy. Even if he apologizes, he's not the right man for me. He has a lot of healing to do. Yes. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, too, is like, even if he apologized, and even if he came forward to you and acted like a man and was direct, it's still not good enough, because he's fundamentally who he is. We know who he is and how he behaves, and, you know, it's not long-term guy material, not what you need. Mm-mm. Someone who's right for me won't make me confused and frustrated all the time. That's such a good quote, girl. Can I quote you on that? I've got a lot of clients and friends. I gotta say that too. Like, Someone who's right for you won't make you feel confused and frustrated. You know, if they're constantly frustrating you and confusing you and hurting you, they're not right. I'm legit taking a picture of that quote. I think that's fantastic. It's so true. And I've tried like saying similar sentiments to people. Like, you'll know when he wants to be with you, honey. You know, like my whole Louvre thing. Like, it took what, 8 dudes to rob the Louvre in less than 10 minutes. Priorities. That means your man can call you if he wants to. If your man's not prioritizing you, then that's an issue. You know. That's a sign that he's not either, you know, strong enough or brave enough, or just isn't the right one. You know. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about some individuals right now. They're going through it with some pretty nasty guys, and it's just, I get so many questions like, why? Why is he being this way? And you know how it is. Like, oftentimes with these kind of dudes, especially if they're NPD, there's no sense to senselessness. It's just they do because they can. Yeah, it shouldn't be this way. I'm not a rehab center for emotionally stunted men. That's great, Wendy. Yes, you're not. You are not a rehab center for the emotionally stunted man. They should have one, though. They should definitely. You want to get... Should we start a business together, girl? Oh my god. Wouldn't that be too funny? A rehab center. Sophie and Wendy's rehab center for emotionally stunted dudes. Yeah, no, he definitely needs to work on himself. Yeah, no, it exists. I was gonna say, like, it's basically therapy. And that requires someone to be vulnerable and put their pride away. And if he's got a huge ass ego and too much pride, even therapy wouldn't help him. You know? We'd have a lot of work to do. We would definitely have a lot of work cut out for us. Oh my gosh. But the money, no, you know, that's the thing is, like, I bet a lot of women would send their dudes there, but I could hardly imagine a man being like, this is, you know, I'm the problem. I should get some help, you know. And we just received a donation from Miss Christy. Thank you so much, Christy. Were you interested in a reading after my live stream, or did you want me to answer your questions while I'm on here? Yes, Wendy, thank you, love. Thank you, thank you. You are very welcome. Hey, Sylvia, I sent another donation. My next question is, what do the next few months of my life look like? Yeah, Christy, did you want me to answer that on here or after my live stream? Okay. No problem, Christy. And Christy, did you want this to be a 10-card reading? I don't feel like I've been doing up all day. Oh, I'm so sorry, Christy. That's not good. That's not good. What do the next few months of your life look like? And this is a 10-card, right, hon? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. You've been throwing up since last week. That's not good, Christy. He's causing you physical harm. You've got to take care of yourself, Christy. You come first. Always. Got to take care of you. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what do the next few months of Christy's life look like? Yeah, because of him, Christy. He's causing the stress. You know, girl, I was just chatting with Wendy, reading for Wendy. We were talking about disappointments, men disappointing us. And she said something that I'm literally going to quote, and she gave me permission. She said, someone who's right, well, she said for me, but here's how I'm going to, someone who's right for you won't make you feel confused and frustrated all the time. Very, very succinct. It's so true. If someone is actually right for you, they won't be making you feel stressed and confused all the time. You'll know where they're at. You'll know where they're at physically and emotionally. You won't be questioning if they're cheating on you or if they like you. That's a sign that it's just not right. And look what he's causing. All this hardship. 10 of Wands reversed. Ace of Cups. Good. We need some Ace of Cups here. Page of Swords. It's taking care of yourself, Christy. The High Priestess reversed. 7 of Wands. 3 of Pentacles. The Star reversed. The Magician. 10 of Swords. And 4 of Pentacles. I think it's the stress of having 2 jobs to daycare and caregiving. Do you really think that's it, Christy? Because you've always been a hard worker. You've always been, like, you are a boss babe. Like, you know what's up when it comes to your work life. Whenever we do readings on your work life, it's always like, yeah, like, it's always amazing. Like, it's always like great opportunities. Like, you're really good at what you do. You've got really great things on the horizon for you. Like, and you're a very hard worker. Now, you've been working 2 jobs for a little while, and you've done it in the past. Did it make you throw up every day then? Because the last time you told me that you were feeling so stressed out that you were throwing up was right before you went to visit him. You were so nervous. That's not good, Christy. That's really not good. And stress from my family being sick. Okay, so there are. I understand there are external factors. You hate your job at the daycare. I'm really sorry, love. How long have you been working there? And I'm sorry that your family is sick. I really am deeply sorry about that. But you can't ignore the fact that Devante is contributing to this. If Devante cared about you, he would care about the fact that your family is not well. He would care about the fact that you're stressed out from having 2 jobs all the time. You know? How does he show that? And you wouldn't be, I'm all stuttering. If he was there for you emotionally, I highly doubt you'd be throwing up right now, Christy. It's not the fact that he's not. It's not even that he's not emotionally there for you. It's the fact that he's wreaking havoc in your life. He's calling you names. He's being cruel to you. Yeah, I'm the same way, hun. It's anxiety. It's anxiety. I wouldn't call it. Well, maybe it is stress for you, but for me, it's anxiety. It affects my stomach. Yeah, it affects my stomach, and it's really bad. And that's your gut feeling. That's your gut telling you, hey, something's not right here. He has been calling and stuff, but the argument went out of control and stuff. Yeah, well, calling and stuff isn't adequate, girl. It's not enough. And okay, let's get into this. Okay, let's see what Spirit has to say about the next 3 months. Okay, because I just feel like you're going to defend him, and that's up to you, hon. Okay. We've got this Ten of Wands reversed, hardships going away. We like that. We like that. We do. Stress and hardships going away within the realm of work, girl. This Three of Pentacles. I don't know if that means that you've got to find some way. If having 2 jobs is causing you this much stress to the point where you're physically not able to keep food down and like nourish yourself, keep yourself healthy and functioning physically, and not compromising your health. Yes, absolutely. And that's the thing, is if having 2 jobs is too much, and you hate that job at the daycare so much, you will find a way to make the money that you need. Ideally with 1 job, not having to work 2. But even if you don't find a new job, if that doesn't happen, I see within the next 3 months, which I do think it will. But if it doesn't, for whatever reason, if it doesn't happen, I still think that you work 12 hours a day. Yeah, that's a lot, girl. That's a lot. Anyone that has full benefits and good pay, so I don't have to work too. Yeah, you do. And they're out there. You will find one. You live in a major city. That's a huge advantage. There's a lot more opportunities. And you're moving to the 4th biggest city. Fun fact I learned about Houston a few days ago. It's the 4th most populated city in the U.S. I think it's New York, L.A., Chicago, and Houston is the 4th. So lots of people. And you're in Chicago. So, lots of opportunities. Lots of opportunities when there's lots of people. There's lots of jobs, and you just got to keep on looking, hon. I don't know if you are looking. With working 12 hours a day, I would imagine that you're not looking right now, but maybe you are. No, you have been looking. You told me you're still looking. You're looking for work in Houston, which is great. Because that's where you plan on moving. That's fine. But even if you don't, I see just the hardship of work going away. I know, is Houston basically, Houston can only happen if you find a job, or are you planning on moving there are you giving yourself a timeline? Because I think this Ten of Wands reversed with the Three of Pentacles, if you don't end up moving in the next 3 months, I also see the work issues that you're dealing with right now alleviated in some way. Maybe short, like you might have to relinquish some hours of work for your health if it comes to that. But it's just far too stressful for you right now. Great, that's wonderful, Christy. That's what's up. Spirit acknowledges that you are not putting yourself first at this time. But you will. I don't know what's going to fortify that, or like compel you to start focusing on yourself and giving yourself self-love and loving yourself, taking care of yourself, taking care of yourself as if you were your own child. If you had a daughter, would you be cool with what she's going through right now? Would you be cool with a man treating your daughter, your hypothetical daughter, the way that you're being treated by him? No, because I don't think so. I don't think so. There needs to be a resurgence in self-love and self-care, Christy. I would listen to your podcasts. I don't know if you still do your podcasts, but I would listen to your podcasts back in the day, and you talked so much good stuff about nutrition. You're a nutritionist, eating well, um, skincare, beauty routines. I was like, damn, like she takes way better care of herself than me. And I don't know if maybe you've neglected that, but you're working to be a nutritionist, and you're throwing up all the time because you're so stressed. You need to be nourished. You know how important that is, And also, when I get stressed out and nervous, I can't eat. I lose my appetite. And when I get to that point, I have to take a breather. I have to step back, whether I like it or not. And that kind of happened this week. I was getting really stressed, and just with my work and everything. And so I took a breather. Well, I still have work today, but this morning I just took some time for myself, and I ate a bunch of Taco Bell, and they screwed up my order 3 times, but I was nice about it every time. And the 3rd time, they were just like, oh man, this is the 3rd time you've come up here. He was like, do you want a chocolate cake or a lemon cake? I'm like, hell yeah, I got a whole ass birthday cake, girl. Just for not being a Karen. The star reversed. This is about not... Yes, it's important to have things to look forward to, Christy. It's important that's a good thing to have things to look forward to. But you've got to focus on staying in the present moment and not living for tomorrow, not living for the next thing that's coming, but staying in the present moment and harnessing all that you can in your present moment in space. It can't... Your self-care and your self-love can't be dependent on somebody else's behaviors, on somebody else's actions or lack thereof. You missed what I said. The sound went out. Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, I just checked my end, I didn't, and I heard everything. I was just rambling about how I needed to take a breather. I was talking about how when I get stressed, I lose my appetite, and I had to take a step back this morning, and I went to Taco Bell and had a solo feast, guilty pleasure feast, because we've got to nourish ourselves. You know that as a nutritionist, Christy, And I was also talking about how I used to listen to your podcast about self-care, and it was so impressive. I really hope that if you're not doing that now, that you can return to that. And because Spirit's saying that it's imperative that you do, because this isn't going to work. Sorry, give me 1 second. We've got this Page of Swords and the Magician. Page of Swords is the seeker. Is the one gaining knowledge, is the one gaining opportunities, looking for new opportunities. Tea helps me feel better. And thanks, Sophie. Yeah, I wasn't getting much support, so I stopped the podcast. That's too bad. That's too bad, girl. Because you definitely spoke a lot of wisdom on there. It was very impressive. And inspiring. I say a lot. I realize this. And there we go again. Page of Swords is the seeker. New opportunities, new information and implementing your power, your magician's strength, all of your resources, all of your skills, applying that to whatever you discover. I definitely think this is a new job. I definitely do. The High Priestess reversed. You gotta listen to your gut, Christy. I want to feel like I belong somewhere. Girl, you me both. You me both. And it can be tough finding that. But you will. You're the Page of Swords, and that's what you're going out and actively seeking and doing. And it can be hard. It can take some time to find the place where you belong. But you will. But if you know, so long as you continue, you know, staying on the same path that you're on. The High Priestess reversed. Spirit is saying you've got to listen to your gut here, and your gut is throwing up. That's very alarming. If something doesn't feel right, you need to pay more heed to it. A new job where I'm respected and have good pay and healthy work environment would be great. Absolutely, love. I think that would be wonderful for you. And Ten of Swords is an ending. Something coming to an end. And it's something related to you not listening to your intuition. Take that as you will. We have the Seven of Wands with this Four of Pentacles. I love this, the Seven of Wands. This is, I love most of these cards here, girl. The Seven of Wands is your strength, your power, your bravery, and going forth into new environments, into the world, and implement starting anew. Yeah, a fresh start. Absolutely. And this Four of Pentacles looks, this to me is you finding that solid financial situation, or I should say job, that job that pays you adequately, where you don't have to work two jobs that aren't good. Neither one of them provides you with, you know, the benefits that you need, or the adequate pay. But, and I don't know how many bills you have, Christy, because I know you live at home, so you don't pay rent. Do you have a car? Where does most of your, I'm just curious, because I'm looking at this Four of Pentacles, where would you think most of your money goes? And you don't have to answer that. It's a very personal question, so you don't have to answer. I'm just looking at this Four of Pentacles. Where would you say most of your money ends up going? I'm assuming you've been able to save something, right? Or no? These jobs don't allow you to do that? I'm not leaving, I'm just muting it for a second. A lot and no car? Okay, well, I don't understand. So, okay, so you have a lot of like, okay, transportation, yeah, family stuff, paying off debt, and yeah, I'm saving and stuff. Okay. Because the Four of Pentacles is also about not sharing your money as much as you do. That's what I was kind of trying to figure out, is how much do you, and I know you need to help out your family, but you also need to take care of yourself too. You know, there's a balance there. I had a lot of debt from my ex-key that I was catching up on. I pay some bills at my house. Okay. Yeah, that I remember that debt with Key. It's another example of being very careful about where you give your money, who you give it to, and when you and how much. And as I tell most of my clients, I don't lend money. If somebody asks to borrow money, I just assume I'll never see it again. and I never do. I don't part with money that I know I can't part with. Because, maybe if I chased people down, they'd pay me back, but I would rather just not have that worry or that tension between me and a loved one. So, when someone says they're going to pay you back, like, you have to really, really think about that. And as I'm sure you did learn from Key, I would not be giving money to Devontae right now. He needs to take care of himself. I know you help out a little bit here and there. I will not be as nice and loving next year as I have been in the past. It's not about being not nice or not loving. It's about having boundaries with your money, Christy. It's about having boundaries. 7 of Wands is defenses, having your defenses up, setting boundaries and holding on to your money for you. Not all of it, but you've got to be more closed off. And I honestly, girl, that should start today. I don't know why that has to start in the next year. Why would that start next year? Just start it today. Get going now. Yeah, I mean, and you can still, but that's the thing, Christy, is you will still be a good woman. You can still be a good woman. It doesn't mean that you have to be mean. It doesn't mean that you're being mean. It doesn't mean that you're being bad by, saying, sorry, but it's not within my budget at this time. I can't help you right now. Setting boundaries, being firm. Yeah, just start today. And again, it doesn't mean that you're not a nice or good woman. You'll always be a good woman. And you'll always be kind. It's just in your nature. But I'm kind too, and I'd like to think I'm a good woman, but I also have pretty firm boundaries that I had to learn from when I was younger, But I'm still a good woman, but I don't let people walk all over me. And I'm not saying that you let people walk all over you, but when someone says that they're gonna, pay you back and then they don't, they're walking on you. And I don't want people walking on you anymore. And you don't either, So you got to set firm boundaries, and the art of the Four of Pentacles is usually, I have one deck where it's literally a woman just holding on to her purse really tightly, holding on to your money. It's your money, you earned it. And talk is cheap. People will say they're going to pay you back, and in my experience, rarely if ever do. So, by not helping people out as much as you did financially in the past, you're not being mean. You're not being a bad woman. It's just setting firm boundaries. I think setting firm boundaries, not just with your money, but with everything. Your emotions, your time, all of your good graces that you possess, they're yours. They're no one else's but yours. So you have full agency over who gets to benefit from your good graces and kindness. And a lot of people could use your good grace and kindness, but within, only within reason, I'm saving up for my move, and I agree. Yeah, that's what's up, girl. You're in a good position to save up for your move. You're very welcome, Christy. Thank you, love. I really appreciate you. Care about you a lot, and I think you're on the right track here. Well, not with Devontae, how I feel about that, but in terms of, getting your move going, saving money, your job, you got to take care of you. Got to take care of your health. Okay? It's really important. It's not, no one's worth that. I know there's other stressors in your life. I understand. I'm very sorry you're going through those. But I thank you very much, Miss Christie. Sorry, came back to tell you that I read up on the Ten of Pentacles in the context of releasing. It's releasing outdated ideas and attachments to security. Ah, interesting. Interesting, Wendy. So maybe you think Spirit's saying, like, you don't need to make that much money? Is that what you think Spirit's saying? Because you know your lifestyle, your comfort levels, you know? You think Spirit's saying that you should reevaluate that? Limiting beliefs, huh? In its upright form, you think? That's interesting. I mean, I don't know if you know, yeah. If that resonates with you, that's what's up. Sorry, one sec. There is abundance. What? Yes, there is. But what in terms of what? In general, I need to release the idea that this is what security looks like. I can follow a better aligned path. Ah, got you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I had a moment like that for sure. Couple of moments like that in my life. Where I've reevaluated what I really need and what I don't. I need to get my nails done. That I need. That I can't part with. Getting my hair done. That I can't part with. Food. You know, I don't know. Just like not beyond food, like luxury things that I guess are not necessary. Like, yeah, all my beauty things. I still need those. I don't live without those. But there are definitely a few things that I have eschewed, so to speak, material-wise and lifestyle-wise, in order to have a restored sense of peace and balance in my life and freedom. Yeah, there's more to life than working in corporate. 100%. Yeah, I used to be a corporate girly. Worked in publishing for years. I was a copywriter for years. And made me very sad. It was I constantly felt like Five of Swords. I constantly felt defeated. I constantly felt undermined. No, I did have one copywriting job I really liked, but and I told you about that one where my boss ended up sexually harassing me. So that it didn't end well, but before the end, it was great. I made great money, and I loved doing what I was doing. I was literally writing about weed. It was for a cannabis company. It was awesome. And I was able to be very creative in the job, and it paid well. But it also took a lot out of me. 40, and because I was commuting, I was commuting like I think it was like 35, 40 minutes each way. It'll take a toll. It'll definitely take a toll. Yeah, there's definitely ways to be comfortable beyond the corporate world, too. Pivoting in possibly a more independent direction. Yeah, the commute, exactly. Yeah, no, I was doing a really long commute, and I'm thinking about it. And the traffic wasn't too bad. But because my hours were such that I got to miss the traffic. I think my hours were like usually 11 to 7 or 12 to 8, which I loved because I'm not a morning person. So I was able to avoid the traffic that way too. But even avoiding the traffic, it's a lot, you know. I think for me, I'm really cutting off expectations from family. I've been holding back so much because I don't want to disappoint my immigrant parents, but I'm going to start living for me. You know, I, of course, have never wanted to bring that up because talking about, different cultures, it's not awkward for me, but I had a lot of, I don't know where your family is from. Are they from Vietnam, did you say? Anyway, I had a lot of Asian friends growing up. At my high school was like half Asian. So it was a very competitive high school, and I knew my parents' friends and what they expected of them. Luckily, most of them ended up going to Berkeley with me, so we stayed together. One of my friends, actually, she didn't get into Berkeley, and I remember how disappointed her parents were. They were so sweet, though. They weren't mean about it at all, but like, they had hell of money put away for her education. That was the good news. So she went to a really good grad school that I couldn't afford, that I also got accepted to, but NYU. Cambodia, okay, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, yeah, that's a very real thing, and it's not, just within East Asian cultures. It's in other, cultures. I was gonna say also Indian. Well, that's also East Asian too, but no, it's in other cultures as well. Jewish culture for sure. Yeah, like if you're not a doctor or a lawyer, get out of here. Like, and I had to get rid of a lot of that. It wasn't my parents' pressure, actually. Even though my parents are immigrants too, they didn't pressure me. They didn't want to do that. They just had faith that I'd be okay. And I am. But, going to the school I went to, and I was working there the other day, I remember I thought I was on track to be a professor. First, I wanted to be a professor, and then I realized that was going to be way too difficult. The chances of me actually getting tenure somewhere were just too low. The stakes were too high. I couldn't afford to take that risk. So then I was going to go to law school. Didn't do that because I worked at a law firm for about 5 years, and it turned me off of law completely. But yeah, I always thought that I was going to be Dr. Halton, or Sophie Halton Esquire. And I still can if I really want to make that happen, but I don't. At least not right now. Yeah, it's more for me. It's more personal expectations that I'm very hard on myself, or I was very, very hard on myself, but I can only imagine how that's amplified from parents, from family, and I'm sure they're proud of you. They better be proud of you. I hope they're proud of you. You're healing others in different ways. Oh, thank you. That's how I like to see it, and I do. I'm sure I've told you I do want to go to school and get my therapist license. And I'll incorporate tarot into my practice. I've definitely heard of therapists who do use different healing modalities. So yeah, anything's still possible. Anything's possible. I wish I could have moved away as soon as I graduated, but I stuck around because of my family, and now I feel like it's finally my turn. Yeah. Yeah, I've never left here. I've stayed, where I was planted as well, and I'm getting that itch too. As you know, I'm getting that itch too. I'm like, is this where I belong? And that's what I tell people. I'm in full agreement, Wendy. It's never too late. I graduated with, they called them mature students. There were like quite a few students that were in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who were going back to school to get their BA in English because they just never completed it, or it was something they always wanted to do. One woman I met, she was a housewife her whole life, and then her kids fled the nest, and she was like, well, I'm going to do what they're doing. I'm going to go to school because I never did. And I loved those folks. It was really inspiring to see people do that later on in life. It's never too late. And I've definitely heard people express concerns like, oh, I'm going to be like the oldest person in my class, blah, blah, blah. Oh, they do so well. I was also going to mention that they were always the best students in the class because they don't have the petty dramas of a college student's life, or the crazy parties and good times that come with college that may prevent us from reading certain chapters of Frankenstein in 1 week. They always did all the reading, everything. Always had amazing things to say. Yeah, they're good at exactly. Once you're that age, you're much better at time management, and yeah, and the motivation, and you're paying for it. It's coming out of your pocket too. It's not coming out of your parents' pocket. So yeah, that's another motivation too. Is I'd actually be paying for school this time. I got a free ride. I was very lucky. I got a scholarship. But I would definitely have to pay this time around, and so that would definitely motivate the hell out of me. Um, no, you're very right that they are much better students, and it's just delightful to be a student too. And yeah, it's never too late. But yeah, I've definitely heard friends and even my brother express concerns about seeming too old in like a grad school or whatever. And I just say, to hell with what other people think, or at least your fellow students think. You know what I mean? Like, exactly. Yeah, yeah. When you're paying for it, yeah. But and I always thought about that too. Like, well, I took school very, very seriously, even though I didn't have to pay for it. But God, there were so many lazy students that were just like from like really good private schools, and like they were totally not. I hate to put it, but they did not seem very smart and didn't really perform well in school. I'm like, how the hell did they get into Berkeley? Oh, yeah, they went to some college prep school, and they were probably on track to go to Harvard, but this was their last, which is crazy to me. Like, but yeah, I could spot those students too. Like, I almost wonder if like their parents had just like, slipped some extra cash to get them in, or repaired a building on campus or something. Like, there were definitely some like not. I sound really mean. Oh, I don't want to sound like Samuel. Sorry, my lights are all weird. I don't want to sound like Samuel thinking, I'm smarter than everyone. No. That's not me at all. There were just some fellow students of mine that were maybe they just weren't doing the work. maybe they just weren't doing the work, but they partied a lot and never did the reading and didn't write or speak eloquently. I'm like, what? How did you get here? Their tutor? What do you mean? Oh, their tutor got them in and wrote their essays for them and everything. Oh my God, yeah, that totally happens, doesn't it? That happened with the lady from Full House. What was her name? I forget her name. Lori something Lori. She did that for her daughter. She lied about her daughter, like doing, I think, like lacrosse or something to get into Harvard. Felicity Huffman did the same with her daughter. Just people think that they're above everyone else. It's messed up. It's really messed up. And yeah, you can usually buy yourself or buy your kids into things if you especially if you're famous too. Yeah. We had a few famous kids, not famous kids, but their parents were famous. I'm trying to remember. We had quite a few. It was like, there was one, and they had the last name too. I'm really blanking on it. Yeah, they pay tutors to do all the work. Oh gosh. And I'm sure it's even worse now too. Like kids can just plagiarize stuff so easily. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I could see that. And I could definitely see tutors, which I use that term loosely, like going off, "Hi, Yvette, how are you, honey?" I could also see tutors, going off and looking for a side hustle and be like, if you want your daughter to go to, Duke, then I can do this. I can write this essay. Oh, sorry, it's Juliet. I thought I saw Yvette. I'm sorry. Juliet, how are you, love? Sorry, you're like, that's not my name. My name's not Yvette. Yeah, I worked my butt off, man. I worked my little tush off, my tuchus, and it was worth Right? Yeah, Mercury retrograde. Yeah, no, basically half of your name was covered by my OBS screen, so I just saw it, and I thought it was, I don't know, but I thought, girl, yeah, it's that Mercury retrograde. Of course you can, Juliet, and the donation list is open, so you would be next. Absolutely, and actually I should type that donation. Who is there? And thank you so much, Wendy. I really appreciate you as always. I know I always say that, but I do. And that's really interesting. Excuse me, that's really interesting about the Ten of Pentacles. Reevaluating our sense of financial comforts, stability, what that looks like, what it looks like to us, and then what it could look like the Hangman, from a different perspective. Yeah, it's really fascinating. Thank you, I appreciate that. Doing my work for me, that's not right. I'm sorry. Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense too. I've never seen that in any of my books, but it sounds like you specifically looked up what it means in terms of letting go of things, possibly, and that's fascinating. You sent via PayPal. All right. Well, thank you so much. I just received it. Thank you, Miss Juliet. Were you interested in 2 mini readings, or did you want a 10 card? Okay, let's do it, girl. Kind of not sure how to go about it. Okay, well, tell me what's going on. What's your question? Or if you have more than one question, maybe it is. I don't know. Tell me what's going on. How can I help? And if you are watching this live stream, please be a buddy and remember to click the like button, the thumbs up one. It really helps me out. Thank you. I got into a nasty argument with Tyus, and I just want to know, like, what the F is happening between him and I. Okay. He said something very inflammatory to me, and he blew up. Oh dear. Oh, you blew up. Okay, yeah. Did he like throw a tantrum, or he just said something very inflammatory? And that's a good adjective there. I don't know what he said, but yeah, that's not good. So I can ask what's happening between you and him, or we could do the thoughts, feelings, and intentions spread. Do you want to do that? I'll tell you what. I'm so embarrassed to say online. Oh no, you don't have to tell me. No, and I figure you just said he said something inflammatory to you. No, I wasn't trying to get you to tell me what he said to you. I sensed that it was something, so hurtful that you don't want to say. Yeah, no, I understand. I totally understand. So here's the thing. We can ask, just straight up what's happening between you and him. And we'll get our answer. Or we could ask it with the thoughts, feelings, and intentions, and we'll also get our answer, but it will just be easier for me to read. But if thoughts, feelings, and intentions isn't really what you're looking for, if you're just looking for, what's happening in general, would you rather do that? And what's your sign again? And what's Tyus's sign? You do want to do that? Okay. Because I was going to say, thoughts, feelings, and intentions does cover a lot of bases. It covers, where he's at mentally, where he's at, action-wise. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts? Thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. What are Tyus's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Juliet? By the way, Juliet, your name is one of my favorite names, my favorite girl names. Such a beautiful name. It's my friend's daughter's name. The daughter is still with us. It's my friend who's no longer with us, but that is her daughter's name. I love that name. Okay, hon, let's see. You're a Libra and he's a Gemini. Okay, and how long have you guys been together? That's a good combo. Doesn't mean that well, just because it's a good combo doesn't mean that it's going to turn out to be. All right, we've got 5 of Pentacles. Not to sound so pessimistic. Let's see what we got. 5 of Pentacles, 4 of Cups, 4 of Pentacles, King of Wands reversed, 9 of Wands reversed, 7 of Cups reversed, 2 of Wands reversed, 3 of Swords reversed, Queen of Swords reversed, okay, and the High Priestess reversed. All right, yeah. Gosh, hell of a lot of reversals here, and even the uprights are pretty bleak cards. But let's get into it. We've been on and off since March. Okay. Let's start with your current energies towards him. With the 5 of Pentacles and the 7 of Cups reversed, you're feeling, and correct me if I'm wrong because you're right here and you can. Tell me if I'm wrong. But you're feeling abandoned, potentially left out in the cold. I know you guys haven't broken up or parted ways, so I shouldn't say abandoned, but 5 of Pentacles is feeling left out in the cold, feeling neglected, feeling a lack. 5 of Pentacles is also indicative of poverty. It's direct, direct definitions, poverty. I think you're feeling impoverished emotionally. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. The 7 of Cups reversed. You're having a difficult time making a solid decision here when it comes to you and him and where to go, how to go forth from here. Because it's not, I know he said something really inflammatory and hurtful towards you, very recent. Was it today or yesterday? I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but recently. But, and that might have been was that the first time that he said something inflammatory to you, or has this happened before? Because I think that's where the difficulty comes in terms of like, where do I go from here? Because I don't think this is the first time that there's been trouble in paradise. I think he's been problematic in the past. Correct me if I'm wrong. His general energies, we have the Nine of Wands. Basically a few hours ago, technically yesterday. Okay. Oh, you're on the East Coast. Yeah. Okay. So a few hours ago. Okay. Very recent. And was this out of character for him? Was this something you would never have imagined he would say or do? Or has he been shown signs of like potentially getting to this point? Or has he done this in the past? Because his general energies, we have the Nine of Wands reversed and the High Priestess reversed. Nine of Wands reversed is feeling like he I wouldn't expect him to say it. It's a bit confusing. Okay. So it's not something that he typically does or would do in the past. Okay. Are you guys peaceful? Is there harmony usually? Or is there argumentation? Because Nine of Wands reverse is like, wait, who's the Libra here? You're the Libra, right? And he's the Gemini? Because he's really like avoidant of conflict right now, and I think he doesn't want to talk about it. Which is, very convenient for him. Of course he doesn't want to talk about it because he stepped out of line. You don't argue a lot. Okay, yeah. And yeah, you're the Libra. Yeah, Libras are very non-confrontational. Geminis, it depends. But Libras, y'all are very non-confrontational. You try to avoid arguments and conflict like the plague. I get it. I'm a Libra rising. I'm very similar. I do think communication is the opposite of conflict. So I that's also I'm a triple air sign, so I've also got that Gemini like loquaciousness. But we've got this. So he's like he's not. He knows that there like this is gonna what he said deserves not only an apology but a deep a deep conversation that he doesn't want to have. He just doesn't want. He feels tired, or not tired of fighting because you guys don't fight all the time. But he just doesn't. He's not a confrontational person. He might have a lot of Libra in his chart. But it's not. It's not that he's just not a non-confrontational person. It's he knows he's in the wrong here. He did something really messed up. Really messed up. He said something really out of line, and he knows it. And he doesn't want to deal with the consequences. He doesn't want to talk about it because he knows that he's going to get reamed because he deserves it. So he's going against like all of his like intuition right now, and the High Priestess reversed is also often a signifier that someone might be wanting to break off on their and go off on their own. I don't know if you've got that feeling from him, but that's also another way of reading the High Priestess reversed. Hi, Deb. All right, no problem. Yeah, that's also another way of reading the High Priestess reversed is striking out on one's own. But it could also be just him not listening to his intuition, which is saying, if I want to stay with Juliet, we're gonna have to talk about what I said. I told him to never contact me again. So, okay. Thank you for telling me that. Because now we're about to get into the thoughts, feelings, and intentions. His thoughts. We've got the Four of Cups and the Two of Wands reversed. He's very despondent right now. And I'm not busting out my violin here and playing a song of sadness for him. No, like but he does feel very alone, very pushed away, depressed. I don't know if he's a drinker, but he might be drinking right now. He is really upset. I think he knew. I know he knew that he shouldn't have said what he said to you, and you told him to never contact you ever again. Wow, he really said something out of the line. And that's hard for him to take. But I am concerned with this Two of Wands reversed. Do you get the sense that there might be someone else in his life? Do you ever get that feeling? Because that's a loaded potato statement for me to make, and it's one that people are often fishing for, and when they're fishing for it, I usually don't see it, but it just comes out sometimes when people aren't looking for it. I want to know if you said it on purpose. That's what I'm confused about. It's not loaded. Okay. Oh, okay. So you do have some concerns there, because the Two of Wands reversed is the Two of Wands upright is decision making. Two of Wands reversed is having a difficult time making a decision. So I don't know if this decision is between two women, or if the decision is, do I stay or do I go? Is there any way I could stay? You know, if I can't reach out to her and rectify this, then I might very well have lost her. His feelings, we have the Four of Pentacles and the Three of Swords reversed. He feels he's still holding on. He's very upset, girl. So I'm a bit surprised that he said what he said. I don't know what he said. Again, you do not have to tell me at all, but he said something real bad. And did he mean it? I can't tell. I can't tell because he's very upset. He knows he did wrong. He knows he hurt you, and it's hurt him too. He's hurting now too, with this Three of Swords reversed. His heart's broken. Or it's really hurting. And again, I'm not making excuses for him. I'm not trying to make it seem like, oh girl, he's so sweet, go back to. No, that's not what I'm saying. This is just what I'm seeing, is that he feels I said very hurtful things to him. Yeah, and that happens. Most of us do that. What, we're just gonna sit there and take that? And that's what I regret too. I have definitely been there, where someone says something hurtful to me, and I retaliate, and I'm pretty vicious with my words. I can say some really cruel things that I don't mean, and that's probably where you're at. And I feel like that I don't think that he sincerely meant it. I don't think he was trying to provoke you. I feel like it came from a place of absolute just like senselessness and confusion. And that's why I'm like, is there another woman that he's thinking about? Like, because on one hand, he feels badly for having said what he said to you. But on the other hand, he said what he said. Unless he was on like hell of drugs or drunk and had no idea what he was saying, had no, agency over what he said or did. Yeah, that's definitely questionable for me. Did he intend to hurt you? Was he intending to cause a rift so that he could have an excuse to possibly move towards another person who he's interested in? Damn, I wish we'd ask that now. Yeah, we can ask another question. Yeah, and let me just finish off here, and I'm happy to answer that question. We've got the King, his intentions. We have the King of Wands reversed and the Queen of Swords reversed. I don't think he intends on being the strong one here with this King of Wands reversed. I don't know what's going on in his life, but I feel like there's external forces that are that push this here beyond Mercury retrograde. What he said. What part about what he said? I don't think I did. He's also feeling, there's something where, yeah, okay. He is so afraid of Judgment Day. He knows he's going to have to hear it from you. And this Two of Wands reverse is telling me there might be another person or something, but there's something that's putting him on the fence about being with you. Part of him still wants to keep you. And then part of him is feeling like he wants to break free and step away and walk away. But he is not entirely sure. And that's where this despondency comes from. That's where this lack of stability is coming from. This fear of judgment. And asked if I was okay with still coming over. All I saw was, and I deleted it, I'll type it again, and then I see, and asked if I was okay with still coming over. So I believe there's a first part of that statement that that wasn't in the chat for some reason. I'm sorry, love. I don't mean to keep typing traumatic, painful things. Thank you, Deb. Thank you, girl, for your donation, hun. Go ahead and add you. Alright. To then inform me he laid with another woman on Wednesday. Okay, so all I'm seeing here, Julia, is and asked if I was okay with still coming over. To then inform me he laid with another woman on Wednesday. Okay, so there is another woman. Okay, I think that's the main issue here. I don't think he meant what he said, Julia. I mean, we're gonna find out, but I think he was trying to facilitate something. That's just my theory, like off the cuff. But we'll see. And thank you so much, hon, for your additional donation. And did you want this to be a 10-card reading as well? Yes, I received it. Sorry. Whatever makes sense to you. Okay. You mean you typed the question on PayPal? Oh no. Okay. Okay. I think we should ask, did he mean what he said to you? I'm very frazzled. I can't even figure out what to ask. Yeah, I feel you, hun. I feel you. This is it's a lot. It's a lot. I understand. I think we should ask if he meant what he said, what his intentions were there, Give me 1 second. Juliet, I'm so sorry, honey. This sucks. There's message and spirit guides. Did Tyus mean what he said to Juliet in his message and spirit guides? Did Tyus genuinely mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus genuinely mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Angels, Masters, and Spirit Guides, did Titus really mean what he said to Juliet? Page of Wands, Eight of Pentacles, Five of Wands, Seven of Pentacles, the Moon reversed, Four of Pentacles, the Hierophant reversed, Eight of Swords reversed, Temperance reversed, and Ten of Swords reversed. Okay. I'm not just saying this because this was my theory before I pulled the cards, but I'm seeing it. I'm legit seeing it. No, what he said, he didn't mean what he said to you. He did not. But it was calculated. He did it with intention. He wanted to piss you. He wanted to infuriate you. Because I think that he's trying to break free. And I'll tell you what I'm seeing here, okay? We've got this Page of Wands. This is someone taking matters into their own hands. This is someone who is doing something, saying something with an intention behind it. Yeah, I felt that way too. Because whatever he said to you, honey, whatever he said to you, he couldn't have possibly felt that way if he's been dating you for the past 4 months. You know? So, at least I feel that way. And because he's holding on to something. There's something else he's holding on to or hoping to hold on to with this Four of Pentacles, greed. And he went against his, he's usually a pretty decent man. Would you agree with me? He's usually a pretty decent guy overall. He's not a bad man. He's not super problematic. But he is right now. And that's why this is reversed. This is not really like him. This is not, as you mentioned earlier, you guys, this wasn't something that, it shocked you. It wasn't something that, it really was like the first time that he behaved that way. It goes against who he is, his morals, it doesn't align with his morals, but this is work, like this is practice. He's like, actually, he was trying to push you away, essentially, hurt you in some way, to possibly break free. And this is where I'm seeing it. We've got this Five of Wands and this Eight of Swords reversed. Five of Wands is conflict. causing conflict. You said that he's not a conflictual person, and I believe you. Especially you being a Libra, like, y'all don't deal with with conflicts. You very much shy away from it. Like, even in real life, like, most Libras will never be attorneys. They're always the judges. Like, Judge Judy is a Libra. Like, I think, like, there's actually, like, I love reading astrology statistics because it actually, like, mixes the practical with the ethereal and or blends the two. But yeah, I think like there's actually a statistic that there's a very high, like the highest number of judges or Libras. Very interesting. So you don't want to get in the fight, but you're happy to mediate something, but you're not. No, that's so funny. I just read that. That's correct. I'm a great mediator. Yeah. Libras are happy to mediate, but they're not into getting into it. Yeah. And yeah, we've got conflict and arguments here with this Five of Wands, and then right underneath it, we've got the Eight of Swords reversed. Eight of Swords is being bound, being imprisoned, feeling imprisoned, which is a really intense, I'm just saying imprisonment because it actually says it on the card, but I don't want to say that he feels imprisoned with you, but he feels a bind to you that he wants to break free from. Eight of Swords reversed is wanting to break free from a bind. That's a heavy ass thing for me to say, but that's what I'm seeing. And he's frustrated, and I don't care. I don't give a shit. But he's been frustrated. I don't know when he met this woman, but and I don't know how long he's known her or if she's new, but the presence of her in his life has caused a disruption and caused frustration. And again, I don't care. I really don't care. He's not handling this the way he should. If you want to break up with someone, that sucks that someone wants to break up with you, but at least do it in a civil manner and not in a way that's perfect adjective there, inflammatory. He didn't mean a word. He didn't mean any of that. He literally said that just to piss you off to the point where you would be like, no, I can't. I don't want to be with a man who would ever say something like that to me. Sad part is he didn't mean it. But the other sad part of it is that he did it with manipulative intention. And I have a feeling that things are also not going swimming. I think he thought that he had a chance with this other girl, and I don't think that she's into him that as much as he thought. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if things. I can only imagine Juliet. I know this is really, really heavy. I'm so sorry, honey. I really am. The only thing I can say that I think might bring you of some comfort, if not now, later on, but if he's behaving this way now, he was not the man for you. Oh, you think it's his ex? Okay, yeah, going around negative cycles. Oh, those Geminis do that, girl. Those Geminis do that. I swear, like almost every Gemini, and I've dated a lot of Geminis. I love me some Geminis. They're great. Well, they're not. They can be when they are. But when they're not, they're really bad. Just like any sign. When people can go bad, there's good and bad with every sign. But I do love Geminis for the most part. As an Aquarius, I love air signs. I get along with them. But yeah, they definitely have that tendency to return to old flames, to not let go of them. I can't tell you how many Gemini exes of mine come back to me all the time. They'll come back to me multiple times a year. Like, I've dated more Geminis probably than any other sign, and that's the predominant sign that I get along with very well. But obviously not well enough if I'm single. They're good when they want to. Yeah. Well, yeah. And I think people are, in general, are good when we want to be. But my theory is that there's good and bad to every sign. And people are devilish and people are good. And we've got that angel and that devil. And it's just, how much of a balance do we have there, Me too. Girl, you know what it is. You know what it is. It's that charisma, and they go forth with what they see something they want, they get it. They don't waste time. They're great. I love communicating with Geminis. Like, they're definitely phone people. They're talkers. They're loquacious. They love to talk. I love to talk. I'm a Gemini moon. I love talking, as you can tell. I can talk all day. We've got this moon reversed and 10 of Swords reversed. He's really in the dark. I know you think that this is his ex, and it very well could likely be. Like I said, I can't tell you how many Geminis have left me for their exes, and how many Geminis break up with me and then come back months or years later. Yes, I believe it's his baby mama. He told me it was unprotected, and it kind of threw me off so bad. Oh God. Yeah. Now I have a client who just went through something similar. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's like TMI, like I said, you could be gracious about ending things with someone. If you really want to end it with someone, it's still going to hurt, but it hurts less if you can be gracious about it and not saying inflammatory, false things that you don't mean. You got this 10 of Swords reversed here. This is why I'm like, he's still holding on to the idea of being with you. He's on the fence. He's going back and forth between you and her. He doesn't want this to come. I don't think he can't accept that this might fully be over with the 10 of Swords reversed. That's someone who's not able to accept that something might be over. I think he jumped the gun. I think he wanted things to be over. I think he maybe got a sign or heard something from her, like, yeah, we're gonna do this. And so he thought that he could end things this way with you, and I think he's having second doubts. I think that she's having second doubts, and I think now he's like, oh, shit, now I'm alone. I don't know, and that's just so messed up. We were just fine 2 weeks ago, and now Mercury's in retrograde, and now you're just confident to want to end things with us like this, right? Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, things come to an end sometime. Relationships don't always last forever. If he really wanted to end things with you, he could have done it in a gracious way. He didn't have to say what he said to you. He didn't have to give you all that information. That's a little TMI too. And Geminis love doing that. They will tell you hey, I'm hanging out with my ex. And we're doing great. It's like, what, are you completely clueless? And they do. I think they are completely clueless sometimes. Then they've got a sensitivity chip that's missing in their brains. As an astrologer, he's an astrologer? Or wait, you're an astrologer. He can't be an astrologer, is he really? For real! That is so TMI. I mean, it's good that, on one hand, health-wise, you probably might want to know that, because now you're going to be reticent to touch him again. Don't blame you. But it's TMI. Those Gemini, they do it all the time. You're the astrologer. I was going to say, if he was an astrologer, I'd be shocked. Yeah. They are so TMI, and it's so hurtful. I can't even tell you. The Geminis, again, most of the dudes I've dated in my life, and the one girlfriend I had, were all Geminis. And she was sweet. She wasn't hurtful. But the dudes, they will just straight up say, yeah, I'm hanging out with my ex, blah, blah, and it's almost like they don't want to communicate it. They want to show it. They want to show, not tell. Yeah, I told him, tell a freaking clinic, not me. Yeah, for real! For real! Tell a goddamn clinic, not you. Good Lord. Yeah, And part of me, even the astrologer in me sometimes doesn't want to fall back on oh, that's just okay, so I have a client who I read for a few times tonight. She's dealing with a problematic Gemini as well. And I don't want to just default to, oh, well, Geminis do that, you know. But in this case, this very specific case, this is very specific. Like I think in her case, she was saying, oh, they're moody, they're up and down. Well, yeah, but a lot of people are moody. But what I've noticed very specifically about dating Geminis is, yeah, they do this. They do this where they show, don't tell, to navigate their relationships. And it's really ugly, especially for a sign that uses its words so well. You know, Geminis are so funny, and good with wordplay, and just communication. You'd think that they wouldn't have a problem with, you know, just saying, or not yeah, just like saying something in a gracious way, you know, and not having to, you know, show it in such an explicit way. It's just not necessary. He's proving something with the wrong. Yes, yeah, 100%. I agree. Yeah, it's messed up. Oh God, girl, I'm so sorry, love. I really am. Are we friends on Instagram? Because I have this feeling that I'm gonna have like a bunch of like I'll just like have all these extra thoughts about this situation that I'm gonna want to share with you. So I don't know if we're friends, but you should friend me on Instagram if not, if you're on there. Yeah, you should. But here, girl, let me give you my Instagram. Um, and it's great too because if you know if you ever have questions about your reading, you can always reach out to me. You know, and we can clarify things. But I feel like I'm gonna like be remembering stuff tonight and be like, oh, I want to like tell Juliet like another example. Anyway, only if it helps you. You know, I'm not gonna say anything to you that's gonna hurt you. But you know, only things that will ultimately help the situation. I'm so sorry, Juliet. This is a mess. You don't deserve this, and you know that. And you did the right thing. You did the right thing by just putting your foot down. Like, you can't contact me anymore after that. And he's really feeling that. You know, he's really feeling that. So to that I say, tough doo-doo. Oh, wait, what's going on here? Did I just get a message that I need? Oh, wonderful! Yay! Oh, I got some good news, y'all. So I got this lovely silk scarf, and I couldn't track the shipping, and it's like a really nice scarf. I'm not gonna say who it's by. It's an Alexander McQueen scarf, and it means a lot to me. And it's been lost in the mail, but they just found it, and I'm gonna be getting it soon, and I'm so happy. Yay! I'll show you guys when I get it. You are so welcome, Juliet. Much love and light to you, sweetheart. I really appreciate you, and yeah, reach out to me, friend me on Instagram, okay, babe? Why is the Libra AB keeping tabs? And I know, right, Julia? I've been messaging them like, dudes, like I don't like this is a very important item to me. I can't even track the shipping. I'm like, you guys will refund me, all right, if it's lost. And I didn't get a confirmation, but then they just emailed me and said it's on its way. So yay, we're happy. It's coming from Italy, so tariffs. Those sucked. Didn't anticipate that, but I guess it's just the state of the world these days. But yeah, I'm so happy. Okay, Ms. Deb. Let's see. Before I deactivated, he's favoriting my stuff back to back, but we haven't been in contact for a few weeks. And this is AB. Okay. Huh. That is weird. It's weird and fake. Okay. Weird. Yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Like literally all my stories he favorited. Oh, that's unhinged. That's really that's something else. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. see. Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why is AB continuing to keep tabs on Deb? And favoring her stories. Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to keep tabs on Deb? Excuse me, the hiccups. Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to keep tabs on Deb? Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to keep tabs on Deb? Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to keep tabs on Deb? Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to keep tabs on Deb? Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to keep tabs on Deb and follow her stories? Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to take tabs on Deb? Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to take tabs on Deb? Angel Masters and Spirit Guides. Why does AB continue to take tabs on Deb? Or keep tabs. Take tabs, keep tabs. Take tabs. Take tabs. That sounds like something else. Keeping tabs on Deb. Favoriting her stories. It's weird. I mean, in the context. It's not weird to like you. That's not the weird part. Like, literally, all my stories, he figured it. After I asked how he was doing a couple of weeks ago and he ignored it. That's the one that's long. Okay, this is the longest one. Okay. Yeah, that's peculiar behavior. We have 9 of Pentacles reversed, the Magician reversed, Ace of Pentacles, 7 of Wands, and Page of Swords. The Page of Swords, that's the spy, girlfriend. That's the spy card. That's the person who's watching you. Now, we asked why. He definitely is, and we needed confirmation that he's watching you. We know he's watching you. Yes, he's watching you. The question is why? Why is he watching you? And right? Yeah, you caught that. Because he still has feelings for you. He still has feelings for you. And he's feeling like there's like a Deb-shaped hole. Like, you know in cartoons when like someone jumps out of like jumps through a wall and like there's like the shape of like Bugs Bunny or whatever, like when they like jump through, there's like a Deb-shaped silhouette that's missing from his life. And he's missing you. There is a level of, remember we were talking earlier? Girl, I know. Tell me about it. I pull a card for myself every day, and they've been sometimes I get reversals like for like 2 weeks on end. Actually, this week has been good. Been mostly upright, although today was the 9 of Swords, which is the shittiest upright anyway. But regardless, it is what it is. It's what's happening right now, okay? And we talked about the Magician card earlier, and I kept on asking, was it upright? Was it reversed? Because it really, really changes context, depending on whether it's upright or not. But he ignored when I checked on him. It's because, yeah, no, it really is. It's, and that's why it's, I at this point would say it seems peculiar, and I'll tell you why. The reason is because it's going against what he's shown you. He does actually have interest in you, and is thinking about starting something new with you. A fresh start with the Ace of Pentacles, because he's still very, very much attracted to you and feels like this connection is worth defending and worth extending and not ignoring. But as you said, what the F? You checked in on him and he ignored you, and now he's favoriting all your stories. There's, you know, part of me wants to just think that he might be shy, he might feel insecure, and that's why he's doing this like invisible communication by just liking all your stuff, watching all your stuff, and maybe thinking to himself, oh, well, when Deb sees that, she'll think that I'm into her. And then we can start something new. It comes from a place of insecurity, insecurity in actually communicating with you. Like I was talking to Miss Juliet earlier about show don't tell people. Some dudes like really just can't say what they want to do or what they're feeling, and they can just show it. That's what's going on. He genuinely wants something, a fresh start with you, but he's such, oh, I almost said a bad word. He's such a scaredy cat that he is operating this way. He's operating against all of his inner skills. He doesn't need to do this. You reached out to him. You literally like took the ball, went over to his court, opened up the door, opened up the gate to the court, put the ball right in his hand and said, hey, what's going on? And he didn't take it. He's been overly honest and vulnerable in the past. There's no excuse. It's been months. I think well, I wouldn't call it an excuse. I'd call it a reason. I think there is a reason. I think, you know, our communication was good just a month ago, right? But communication is not always consistent, Deb. You know that. I see communication I like to see it as rhythmic. You know, I know when a client comes to me and says, you know, why haven't I heard from so-and-so? My first question is always, when was the last time you heard from them, and how often do you speak to them? Because it's a disruption in the rhythm that we take note of. He pursued me. I don't want to pursue someone. I don't take him seriously anymore. It's not so much that I do think he wants you to pursue him because I almost said the word again. It begins with a P, it ends with a Y, and has a USS in the middle. He's that. And I know that you said that he was very vulnerable and open in his communication in the past. Things change. You know? I'm not saying people change over time. I don't think it's that, but I think there's external factors that have made him feel less confident about himself. And he's hoping that you'll follow him. Exactly, Deb. He's gonna be waiting forever. He's gonna if he's got that kind of mentality. Yeah, like most women are not into chasing a guy. It is not the way things are supposed to go. I'm sorry. And even in if we're trying to even get away from traditional gender roles, it's just not what ladies want. We want the man to show that he's got some cojones and that he's not a you know. I hate to put it in such like derogatory terms, but he doesn't have that bravery, that courage. Possibly. Is he into that, Deb? Because the Magician reversed is an indicator that someone might be, I'm deadly serious. Like, Spirit has never failed me with the Magician reversed. They have helped me so much, and they've helped me make so many very crucial decisions in my life. The Magician and the Seven of Swords are like the two most powerful cards that they communicate with me with, and the Magician reverse is a big one. Did someone else do blockage spell work to stop him from pursuing? I don't know, girl. I don't know. It's possible. That would be a different question. I thought you meant with that, because with the Magician reversed, I thought you meant like he was doing some spell work of some type. But you'd know him better than me. I don't know if he's inclined to those kind of things. But yeah, the Magician reversed is often a sign of someone messing with magic in a negative, wrong way. I think he's very insecure. I can't tell you why he's so insecure right now, but I think it's something that he hasn't shared with you, and I think it's something that's related to some kind of external conflict. Because it doesn't make sense for him to blatantly ignore me, but keeps watching me and favoriting my stuff. Yeah. Well, girl, I think I've said this. I know I've said this to you before. I know. Sometimes you can't make sense of people's actions. Sometimes they're senseless. I will say in this case, there's about as much sense there as like a freaking like I don't know. There's about as much sense as a I don't know, as a fart. Toni Morrison said that once. You got about as much sense as a fart. Like serious. Like what? There's no sense to be made there with a senseless person and their behavior. And I'm not saying that he's totally wacko and out to lunch, and that's why he's behaving senselessly. I think that he's. I think that his thinking is just screwed, honey. Because it doesn't make sense for him to blatantly ignore me, but keeps watching me and favoring myself. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I know, but I think in his mind, he's done some mental gymnastics that are like that have affirmed with him, like, oh well, this could be a good way to facilitate bringing Deb into my life. And no, it doesn't make any sense in his action, but in his mind, he's made sense of it. Like, oh well, she'll notice. She'll notice that I'm favoriting and liking her stuff. And while I was too afraid to respond to her checking in on me, maybe she'll check in again, and then we can get things started with that Ace of Pentacles. He wants an easy start, or an easy like new beginning here. Like he wants it easy on him. Yeah, exactly. He wants you to do the work. Doesn't mean that he doesn't like you. He likes you a lot. He likes you a lot, but I would also say he doesn't like you enough if he's not going to chase you. He knows what you want. He knows you. Exactly. Yeah, you don't chase. It's not happening. Most women don't. Some do. Don't look good. Doesn't look good. I mean, yeah, it don't look good. It's not a good look. We know our worth. We know our value. And you certainly do. And yeah, so there's not a lot of sense to be made of this. He did his own mental gymnastics and made sense of it in his mind, in his consciousness, but to everybody else it doesn't make any sense. But I've definitely seen and heard of that happening in other situations in my life where dudes do something like that to garner a woman's attention. Sometimes it's just because they can. But in this case, I think that he actually has a motive here. That's weird. I gave a spy vibe. Yeah, spy vibes to watch me for no reason. Stuff like that is why I keep my stuff deactivated and take breaks. For real. Yeah, stuff like that is why I don't put a lot of my personal life on social media anymore. I hella used to. I mean, granted, you know, I was in like a 5-year relationship with someone, but even then, like, I didn't really post too much about it, you know. Yeah, it's super dumb, and like, yeah, he's done a lot of overthinking. Let's put it that way, and he's deluded himself. Because like I said, he knows you. He knows you're not one to chase. He has a motive to wait around for no reason. Yeah, well, that's the truth. That's the truth. He doesn't think that. He thinks that he's gonna, which is so, I know, which is the weird thing, because he knows you. But he thinks that you're gonna reach out to him again. But, on the other hand, if you don't, which you won't, I'm sure you won't, and I don't care if you do, but I'm sure you won't. If you don't, I also think that it's likely that he'll actually reach out to you again in the next few weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if I heard that he reached out to you. I mean, yeah, he's not false in his feelings for you, but he's false in his. He's just deluded. I think it's just another case of someone being deluded. Like I said, he knows you, and I know you well enough to know that you're not going to chase someone, so he's got to know that. You know? Yeah. No, he's He likes you a lot. I'll tell you that, Deb. He likes you a lot. And he wants a new start with you, but he wants you to take the lead. Some guys are nebbish. Sorry, that's a term in Yiddish for a guy who, you've seen them, you know them, you see it. They only date girls who basically tell them everything to do. In my mind, there's nothing less hot than that. But and you're probably gonna say, but he's not that guy. Well, I think there's a part of him that is a bit nebbish. Yeah, you know me. Yeah. I think there is part of him that is a little bit nebbish and kind of wants you, or a woman, you in this case, to possibly take the lead or show that you want to take the lead. Some guys like that. Some guys need that. I'm not the one. You're not the one. And no tea, no shade to any woman who likes having a man that they can just control, who is a milquetoast guy who just, says yes to everything. No tea, no shade to them. If that's what they want and it works for them, that's cool. But not my cup of tea. As far as I know, it's not your cup of tea. So, yeah. Someone else said he's used to women flocking to him. That's another way of looking at it too, Deb. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it. Is that he's just used to women typically falling all over him, or falling all over themselves to get to him, I should say. And you're not. And it's not something that he's used to, and it's not something that he knows how to navigate. And again, not making excuses, not making excuses for people's shitty behavior. Just saying what's going on in his warped ass brain. Right, exactly. It doesn't work for you either. Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing there, girl. That is what I'm seeing, girlfriend. So yeah, I would, take that in Spirit's blessing, and those reversals will change. I'll tell you. Just as a professional tarot reader, I have definitely seen periods of lots of reversal readings, and then all of a sudden things change. We're in Mercury retrograde right now. There's a lot of shit going down. And again, I'm not making excuses for things, but a lot of weird communication and actions. So, thank you so much, Deb. Thanks, girl. I appreciate you all the time. And just hope that I brought you some clarity tonight. That's funny that you said he's waiting for me to contact again. Yeah, I do feel that way. I sincerely feel that way, girl. I do. You did it before, and I think he's like, oh, she'll do it again. It's like, dude, how about you just respond to her text? How about you just do that? Not that difficult. Sorry, one sec. Yeah, it is low-key creepy, girl. I don't care about the reversals in this one. I just don't understand favoriting my stuff if you don't really like me. Like I said, understanding sense is not something that's likely going to be figured out with this situation. He's not blocked on Instagram, just his number. Okay. So he still has some way to get through to you. I'm sorry, Deb. I'm sorry, honey. Yeah. He probably knows. I forgot to mention that too. Okay. Yeah. No, it's creepy. It's weird. Oh. I'd feel creeped out. Or at the very least, just questioning. Yeah, I'd be going to other readers, and if that was happening to me, yeah, I'd want a second opinion, because I do trust and believe. I always say, I try not to read for myself. I try. Try is not do. I do read for myself, and I try not to, but when there's a serious, if something like that was happening, I would definitely go to another reader and ask what was going on. So is that why he liked my stories too? Wait, is why he liked your stories too? forget what I said. I'm sorry. Oh, you mean is that why he liked your stories to get you to reach out to him? Absolutely, I think. I think that do I think he genuinely liked your stories? I'm sure, but I think he was doing it to get you to reach out to him. And if you, yeah, thank you for adding that part. That adds some context I need, or I didn't know. I didn't even know I needed it. But yeah, that adds a lot of context. That helps. Yeah, because he knows that you blocked his number, he might be trying. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. He may have tried to reach out to you actually, and saw that he was blocked, and now he's trying to get your attention. That's part of this. There's definitely he's fishing for your attention, and yeah, if you blocked his number and he's trying to reach out to you, then that's the only way you can do it. But at the same time, can he message you if he's liking all your stories? Can he just send you a DM? True. You could also send a DM. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So that's possible with the block number, but at the same time, he can communicate with you. He can send a DM. So I'm going more with he's a, you know, he still won't make me contact him again though. I hear you. Yeah. And especially with this kind of behavior, like, is that really going to compel a woman to reach out to you? Like, no. Especially because he knows you. Like, maybe some women, but not Miss Deb. No. Not my girl Deb. Not today, not tomorrow. So Wendy said something amazing tonight that I told her. I took a picture of what she said. I'm like, I'm going to repeat this to people. Someone who's right for you won't make you confused and frustrated all the time. So he's not right for you. If this dude's confusing you and frustrating you, not right for you. Yeah. So, oy vey. I'm sorry, Miss Deb. I'm sorry because I'm sure it's so exhausting. It's exhausting and confounding to deal with, confusing. You know. But yeah, I'll say it again. If he's causing you frustration and worries, it's not the right guy. So, and I don't think, maybe you didn't think he was the right guy, but still, it's still just a weird situation. I understand. I'm sorry. Well, much love to you, girl. Much love and light to you. And you got this. You got this. Like I said, he can DM you if he wants. If he's gonna continue being not having cojones, that's the same one that hid his stories from me for a day, then invited people out to go to the movies. Oh yeah, no, f that behavior. No, yeah, that's not. Oh, that would piss me off so much. And I have the patience of a saint, honestly. He messaged me, by the way, and told me he was testing people to see if I would find out. He plays too many games. I was gonna say, what the hell is going on in his brain? Mental gymnastics, girl. Freaking weird. I just can't tolerate it. Yeah, no, that's games, childishness. You don't need that. You don't need that. And yeah, if he were to be with you, he would behave that way. You don't want that. That's so weird. Same one that hid his stories for you for a day, then invited people out to go to the movies, and then he messaged you and told you he was testing people to see if he would find out. He said it was a test. I don't like that. A test? Why the hell does he have to test you? Why doesn't he just be direct with you? That's games. That's childishness. I'm sorry, Deb. That's so lame. Weeding them out. Weeding them out. He is not the right guy. Yeah. A test? Ugh. No. No. Well, thank you again, love. Thank you, thank you. I just saw that I've been on for a little over. Wow, I've been on for 3.5 hours now. So we're doing a last call for all donations tonight. If you have a question, please send it on in. I'm happy to answer it for you. Otherwise, I don't know. But last call for all donations, last call. Otherwise, you can, if I'm not on here, you can always send your donation in. I can do a private reading for you offline. Will I be on tomorrow? That is a good question. I don't know. It depends. It depends on if I find something fun to do. If I don't, I'll be home and doing this. So, but I might not be. We can't make this stuff up. For real, yeah. We can't make this stuff up at all. Yeah. My goodness. Wendy and I were joking about opening up a rehab for broken, unhealed men that need to level up. We'd have a lot of work cut out for us. Oh my god. We'd probably make a lot of money because I'm sure it'd be a lot of women sending like their guys there to us, but we'd also like, it's also just called therapy. Last call tonight, last call for all donations tonight. If you've got a question that you just need me to answer, I'm happy to do it. No problem. And you're so welcome, Deb. You're very welcome, love. As always. As always. Ugh, game playing. He accused me of calling from private a month ago, then later apologized. I'm like, you shouldn't have, wait. I am! Yeah, this is last call. This is last call, girl. So if you want a reading, now is the time to send it. You called from private a month ago, then later apologized. I'm like, you should have answered. That wasn't me. Hi, Hailstorm. All right. Okay. So, you, like, why would I call from private if we're on speaking terms? Yeah, that's weird. That, when people say stuff like that, that makes me think, like, that must have happened to you before. You know, that must be, like, a regular occurrence. You know? Like that crazy guy that I told you that I nipped in the bud a few weeks ago because he reminded me of the other guy, that crazy guy you deal with. I forget the initials, but we know who we're talking about. We were on the phone for like an hour or two, had a great conversation, and then my phone died. So I plugged my phone in, and it was like recharging. I went and I grabbed a cup of tea. I was like 2-3 minutes. Go back to my phone. I had a text from him saying, "You blocked me, didn't you?" I'm like, no, my phone died. Like, what made you come to that conclusion? We were having a nice conversation, and then it clicked with me. I'm like, because it happens to him a lot. He wouldn't be fearing that if he wasn't blocked by hell of women that he talks to. That's just my theory there. But let's see. And we received a donation from both Hailstorm and Miss Harley. Thank you so much, sweethearts. I appreciate you very, very much. Okay, we have. Thank you. Yes, I'm adding you here. Give me just a moment, ladies. I haven't used the restroom all night, and I need to go wait. So TMI. But that I need to do. I will be right back very shortly. Thank you. All right, we are back. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we got Hailstorm on deck. Thank you so much for your donation. Please go ahead and post. Oh, no, you already. How does NR currently feel about me? Okay, Miss Sandy, do you want me to ask how NR feels about you, or do you want me to ask the thoughts, feelings, and intentions spread? Thoughts, feelings, and intentions, you got it. And what is your sign, and what is his sign? Yeah. Yeah, it's easy for it's really easy for me to read the thoughts, feelings, and intentions, but which is why I created it. It just it just creates a pretty comprehensive picture of the situation. Okay, babe. Both Libras. Okay. I just saw it here. NR. Okay. Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides, what are NR's current thoughts, feelings, and intentions towards Sandy? Okay. We have the Tower. Ace of Cups reversed. Queen of Pentacles. Ace of Swords reversed. And Six of Wands. Oy vey. I know you guys are both Libras, and Libras are very non-conflictual, non-confrontational. But I get the sense that something heavy went down between the two of you. Because I'm seeing no communication. First thing I'm seeing is this Ace of Swords reversed with the intentions. No communication. Yet his general energies, we have the Six of Wands, which is a victory. There's some very confused, and then, okay, so we'll start with your general energies. We have the Tower. Something came out, abruption. Something came from out of nowhere. Thank you, Mercury retrograde, for causing all this conflict in people's lives, like mine included. Although sometimes we can harness positive energy from Mercury retrograde. But the Tower, something heavy befell this connection. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a big argument, some harsh words, or he recently hit me up, but I brushed him off because he was in town. Interesting. Okay. Then why does he feel like he's had some victory here? And why does he... Okay, that's so interesting. That's so weird. Because, okay, I'll tell you everything I'm seeing here. he feels like there's been some victory and some win between the two of you. You feel like there's been something like really like he just came. Well, oh yeah, he recently hit you up because he was in town. That's abruptive. That came out of nowhere. I don't know how long you guys hadn't spoken for. But that does seem like someone just kind of abruptly coming back into your life. Why does he feel like this is a victory, though? That's where I'm really confused. I'm so sorry. This is embarrassing. Like, this is a very confusing reading. I'm very honest. Maybe I'm guessing it's a very confusing situation. His thoughts, we have the Ace of Cups reversed. He's thinking that you've lost affections for him. Over 6 months for sure. Okay. Yeah, he's thinking that you've lost your cup of love for him, which still doesn't explain this Six of Wands. This is what I'm so confused about, this Six of Wands. Like, why does he feel like this was a win? But he thinks that you're no longer fond of him. You no longer hold a cup of affection for him. Yet he does have feelings for you with this Queen of Pentacles. He does still think about you a lot. Thinks about you a lot. Yeah. No, this whole thing is very crazy. Like very like up and down things that I'm hoping that we can get to the bottom of if I just have additional context. This Six of Wands is really blowing my mind. Why would he feel like this was a success when you didn't respond to him? Because he's got deep feelings for you, I can say that. But he thinks that, which makes sense. If you didn't respond to him, he thinks that you're over him. That makes a lot of sense. His intentions, we have the Ace of Swords reverse. He intends to know, he intends to no longer speak with you. Is he like really wise or something? Like maybe he came to some conclusion like, well, if she's not responding to me and isn't like accepting my affections, then it's like really a blessing, even though in disguise, even though it hurts, it's a blessing because it just I can just move on. But I don't think anyone's that wise. We can tell ourselves that we are, but there's still feelings there. Well, there we go. The Queen of Pentacles. He's still got strong feelings for you, but his thoughts are telling him she's moved on. So intentionally, I probably shouldn't talk to her anymore. We got the two aces, both reverse. No, there's four aces, but we got two of the aces, both reverse. Ace of Cups, Ace of Swords. There isn't going to be a new beginning here. It could be, but I don't see it. Okay. What? That he has feelings for you? That can be deceptive. I mean, when people have feelings for you, people express it in different ways, and sometimes they express it in really bizarre, weird, very inexplicable ways. I had very strong feelings for him, but I had to make him chase, and he didn't. And he won't. It looks like he won't. He reached out to you, and you didn't respond, and he's like, okay, that sucks, because I have feelings for her, but I can tell she's not fond of me. Yeah, that he's wise. I was gonna say, who is that wise? I don't know, that's some like Confucius ass shit. Like, not many people I know are that wise, so I don't think that's it. There might be a certain level of that, but it's these two aces are definitely speaking out to me, and this queen. The Six of Wands, I'm still just confounded on. Maybe I don't know what happened there, Spirit. Was that a hiccup or something? I don't know, but I am just so confounded by that card. Everything else makes sense. You didn't respond to him. He's used to women chasing after him. You don't. So he's cut things off. That's what I'm seeing. That's been a theme. That's been a theme tonight. Guys wanting women to chase them. Like,
I don't know many men that feel that way. Maybe they do and they're just not telling me, but like I always loved, like I have a lot of dude friends. I always love getting their perspectives on things, and it's like I feel like most men like the chase. They like to be, it's kind of like Pepe Le Pew and the little French kitty cat. Like they want to chase. They like that. I think most, but not all men are the same. I think there are some men who do like women chasing after them, and if you're not the one who's going to do that, I would say, from a third party perspective with no emotions involved or any, time investment, I'd say that's a blessing in disguise, but that's because I can't say that from my perspective, I mean, he was bold about what he wanted, but I wanted him to sweep me off my feet. I hear you. I hear you. Loud and clear. All a little too loudly, if you catch my drift. Yeah. Been there. Yeah, that's a really, yeah. Bold about what he wanted, but I wanted him to sweep me off my feet. That's such a good way of putting it. Yep. Yeah. I know a lot of men that are bold about that. But then when it comes to what we want, which is, yeah, I want red carpet. I want to be swept off my freaking feet. I want, the, amazing, most luxurious 5-star love experience in the world because that's what I deserve. That's what I feel. Grandiose, super old school, romantic, and chasing me. That's just me, though, But so I hear you, girl. I know that all too well. I hear you. I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry. But again, exactly. Absolutely, it's what we deserve. Absolutely, we do. And because we know our worth, and when you know your worth, you know what you deserve, and we don't settle. At least I hope you don't, and I don't think you do. We don't settle for less. We don't settle. Period. And does that render me single right now? Or sometimes, yeah, sometimes it does. But I love myself, and I love spending time with myself, and I'd rather be alone than be with someone who's not going to do it for me 100%. You're so welcome, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Sorry that went down. That's so Mercury retrograde energies right now. Miss Harley, thank you so much. Were you wanting an in-depth reading, or did you have multiple questions tonight? This is so interesting. So I went on later tonight, and it's been quite steady and busy. I mean, I've been on for almost 4 hours. Maybe I should be going on later. Maybe that's when people's minds are more at unrest. Not like I, want to say people are at unrest, but questioning things. At least my mind starts chattering in the evening. So you have 3 questions. Okay. No problem. And Harley, you're an Aquarius too, right, honey? Or a Leo? Leo or Aquarius? And R is a Virgo. Okay. New fellow in your life? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Does R have romantic feelings towards Harley? Okay. The Moon, Death, Knight of Swords, Six of Swords reversed, and Page of Swords. He's interested. He's definitely interested in you. I wanted to see cups, Harley. I wanted to see cups here. You know, that's the realm of emotions. That's the realm of romance. We want to see cups when we're asking or questioning someone's feelings for us in a romantic sense. But he's very interested in you. He's very interested in you. Both the Knight of Swords and the Page of Swords. He wants to know more. He wants to know more. And him being an Earth sign, I don't know if you've dated a lot of Earth signs. The few I have, it's tough. Being an Aquarius, it might just be me, but I can't do Virgo. I didn't mean it like that. I can't date Virgos. Yeah, I can't date Virgos. I've tried. It is very, very hard. They're very stubborn. He will move things very, very slowly. And as Aquarians, we're not inherently impatient or trying to move anything too fast, but they're like snail's pace. I'm so sorry, Shilpa. I'm so sorry. I can definitely ask that. All my donation information can be found at the top of the chat, love. Thank you. He's not, I will say he's not fully moved on from someone in his past, Harley. Yeah, you're two different elements, and he's really gonna take things real slowly. Not just because of his Virgo, but he is still. It's not that he has feeling. Well, he might still have some residual feelings for someone from his past. He hasn't fully moved on from someone with the Six of Swords reverse. But he does see you as like possibly the person who gets him out of this funk. And I hate using that term because it sounds like rebound. But he's really looking for a transformation in his life, and he, like, I don't know if he believes in fate, but I think he had some kind of dream or prophecy. There's some woman coming into his life, and I think he's trying to figure out if it's you. The Moon. That's so weird, because that, before I even looked at the Moon, that was just something that came to me. Was that he literally like some kind of prophecy or dream that, you know, it wasn't like, hey, in order to get over your ex, you need to find a new girl. It was more, hey, there's a new woman coming into your life and she's going to transform you. She's going to like facilitate the rest of the healing that needed to be taken care of within you, and she's going to like change your life and set it on for a new course here. I think he had, that's really, yeah, but the Moon, those are dreams, those are prophecies, and I didn't even see that card or like take it into real account. I actually read it as something differently at first, but then I got a message from Spirit that said that he had some kind of vision that there was a new woman coming into his life to transform things. So he's going to take his time, because I feel like he was given a very clear vision and of like certain traits that she would possess, and that's what he's like seeing and trying to analyze, is if you like fit those. I'm really nervous. I feel like he's way out of my league. He's kind of my dream guy looks wise. Oh, I know that feeling. Yeah, when there's like I mean, I have a type. I for sure have a type. And when they meet that type, it's so hard to find, you know, like eyes, nose, mouth, hair, body type, skin type. Like when they meet it all, it's like how often do we find that? You know what I mean? So I understand the nervousness, girl. I for sure got a type. For sure. So your second question, my love. Should I tell him how I feel? Okay. How long have you guys been talking? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? Angels, messengers, and spirit guides. Should Harley tell R how she feels about him? 2 weeks. Oh, girl, that's so fresh. You might want to hold your cards close, but let's see. I think it's prudent to hold one's cards close at first. You know, which is what he's doing. That's precisely what he's doing. He's not wearing his heart on his sleeve. He's assessing, which you should be doing too. I know he's like super hot, girl, but the rest. We've got to assess the rest because that part's important too, you know. Ace of Cups reversed, Ace of Wands, Knight of Wands reversed, the Magician, and Queen of Swords. Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay, this is great advice. I'm on board with Spirit here 100%. No, not they're saying yes, but give it some time, girl. It's much too soon. I will say he may take things like way too slowly, but this is a little too soon. It's only been 2 weeks. You can't possibly know someone that well to want to be with them. You've only known them for 2 weeks. I don't care how much you've talked to him, girl. That's just the truth of the matter. You know, like I can understand wanting to embark on a dating journey with him. That's great. But in terms of like if you're looking for long-term partnership here, something very serious, which I think he is too. I shouldn't say too. I don't know what you're looking for, but I think he is looking for something very serious, very deep. Like I said, this is like a spiritual journey for him. He had some kind of prophecy that he's trying to confirm here, with his taking his time and analyzing who you are, that Page of Swords, really getting to know who you are. Spirit's like, yeah, we can tell that you're already really fond of him, but keep that to yourself. We are in the same program, and it's coming to an end. I meant like asking for his number or something. Oh, yeah, no, go ahead and do that, but don't say, hey, I'm really into you. You know, I thought you meant like telling him straight up. Don't, and that's okay. That's what I'm seeing here. Is like, yeah, like that's so interesting because at first I was going, I'm not even bullshit. I would never bullshit you. I was going to say, with the Magician, it's like find some other way to tell him. Like show, that's been the theme for tonight. Show, don't tell. Don't tell him straight up, hey dude, I've got feelings for you. Like, but I guess that's stupid of me to have assumed that. Most people don't do that. But you did ask, so I just assumed. But when I saw this, it was like, yes, you do want to take some action here with this Ace of Wands, but you don't want to take it immediately. You want to take it in a more covert way with the Magician, using your inner skills, using some kind of an action to get things started, to get things moving. To not but to also keep in mind too, I know you're not just straight up telling him, hey, I like you, I have feelings for you, I understand that, but it is very, very soon. But I also hear you. You're in the same program, it's about to come to an end. So when the program ends and you don't have his info, I assumed you already had his phone number. No, you need to ask him for his phone number, girl. Shut up! Are you serious? Did you swipe right or left? You swiped right, right? Did he not? You guys didn't match? I'm like, yeah, possibly. Oh my god, one of my clients saw me on a dating app. I'm not even going to tell you which one it was, but it was one that I'm like not super proud to be on. Not that I'm not proud of to be on, but it's one I don't need everybody knowing. Anyway, yeah. Someone found me on a dating app, one of my local clients. I didn't know she was local. I'm like, are you for real? Oh, I just gave it away. Dating app. I'm like, for real? She clocked me, man. You just closed the app. You were scared. Yeah, that's kind of wild, girl. And especially with what I was just saying, with the last question that we did, where he had some kind of like prophetic, soulful encounter that like has like led him to want to get to know you more. Yeah, that aligns. Yeah. Maybe that's why I keep seeing him, because I haven't made a decision. I just closed the app, and don't be ashamed we've been on all of them. Right on, girl. For sure, for sure. Yeah, you gotta diversify, am I right? Yeah, so wait, so you didn't even swipe right or left. You just were like, whoa, 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 and closed the app whenever you'd see him? That's nutso. That's crazy. Whoa. Whoa. My mind is like blown. That's really wild. You haven't made a decision. Yeah. And him too, he's on the fence in a good way. You just close it. That's so weird. That's so funny. Do you live in a really small town or something? I just think that's just so like 3 times. Wow. And I hear you too. You're just like overwhelmed. I get that. I liked your third question. Yeah, advice from spirit. Yeah, for sure. Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you give to Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you provide for Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you give to Harley regarding R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you give to Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you give to Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you give to Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you give to Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you give to Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you provide for Harley regarding her situation with R? Eagles, Masters, and Spirit Guides. What advice do you have for Harley regarding her situation with R? Yeah. Oh, you don't know where he lives? Okay. Yeah, possibly. I mean, algorithmically. I mean, I don't know how long you have your distance set to for people. I have mine set pretty close, but it still shows me people hella far away. I don't know. Anyway, Page of Swords reversed, 3 of Wands, Knight of Cups, Death, and Page of Wands reversed. All right. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like spirit. I hear you. All right. Yeah. Page of Wands reversed. There's nothing you can really do here other than ask for his number and be you, and spend the time that you can with him. That's not to, well, I was gonna say he is a Virgo. They do like control. Because I do feel like he's going to really take things at his pace. And I'm not saying that you're impatient, but Spirit actually is. I was going to say, as an Aquarius, we tend to have a lot of patience, but we're not all defined by our sun signs. They're saying that patience is going to be key here with the Three of Wands. Definitely take your time. No need to rush things. Definitely ask for his number before the class ends. That's just logic. But no need to rush things past that. With you, this is interesting. Spirit is saying that you're going to intuitively just know that he's the one or not. It's likely that he is the one, honey. Actually, I can tell. It's only been 2 weeks, girl. That's why I'm just like, whoa. You might want to just pump the brakes just a little bit. I know it's tempting to move fast. I'm a Gemini moon, so I just want to really move things quickly sometimes. But then the wise Aquarius in me is just like, girl, you've been here before. I don't know if it turns out right. Spirit is saying there's very little you can do, and very little you can while he's analyzing you like a hawk to make sure that you're this intuitive person vision that he had, Spirit is wanting you to listen more to your intuition. If it's gonna work, it's gonna work. If it's not, there's nothing you can do. You can't force love. We can't force these things as much as we want to. We can act wisely, and not act a fool in front of people when we're getting to know them and present our best self. But that's really as much as we can do, for the most part. Unless you want to be super manipulative and controlling and weird, which is what I'm hoping he's not. Because they're saying there's little you can do, which I hear. I agree with that. There's little we can do when it comes to that, other than being present, I know I have a tendency to sometimes go into hermit mode and not even answer my texts and have 36 texts that I haven't even read. That's not good. Staying consistent with communication, which I have no doubt you are. But this is a transition phase with the Death card. This is a transition phase. This is not the time to start a relationship with him. He really wants to discover you more. And in his discovery of you, you will discover him. And Spirit is saying intuitively, especially with this Knight of Cups, because this is intuition. It's not just the knight in shining armor, it's also about intuition. You'll intuitively know if he's the one or not. And it despite how hot he is, there might be some facets of his personality that you just cannot hang with, despite how he's just physically your dream, the one that does it for you looks wise. We got to get down to beneath the surface here and see if he's a good man and if he's a good potential partner for you compatibility wise. You're so welcome, Harley. Thank you, girl. I appreciate you so much. And I hope I brought you clarity. I hope I didn't ramble too much. I hope I didn't tell too many stories about my past, because I know I do a lot of both of those. I'm only just trying to give anecdotal evidence and stuff. But thank you, love. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And you have a wonderful rest of your night. Sorry, one sec. All right, so I'm going to do another last call tonight. Last call for all donations. Last call. If you have a question that you need me to answer for you tonight, please don't hesitate to send your donation. I'm still wide awake, sadly. Well, I don't have to be at work till very late tomorrow, so I can sleep in. Thank you so much, Harley. You too. What was it that I was going to watch tonight? Yeah, Gravity Falls is an old cartoon I like. Last call, everybody. Last call tonight for any and all donations. If you got a question that you need me to answer for you, now would be the time. Thank you. Last call, everybody. Last call tonight for all donators. Thank you. Wow, what a fantastical night. I've been on for 4 hours. It's like the old days. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe I need to go on more later. Who knows? I also think my convention rate is disrupting a lot of things. Last call tonight for all donations. If you have a burning question that you need me to answer for you, I would love to. Last call, everybody. Last call for all donations tonight. I need to clean my eye makeup. Now I need to get my eyes done. Last call, everybody. If you have a question that you would like me to answer tonight, I am here for you. Last call for all donations. Thank you. Yeah, I guess it's still raining. At least I can still hear the water on the streets. Last call, everybody. Last call for all donations tonight. Thank you. Last call. Last call. I think I used to have a jingle actually that I did sing. Last call. Yeah, last call. Last call. It was so lame. I'm not doing it again. Last call, everybody. For all donations, just send in your donation and we will proceed. Otherwise, I'm going to sign off for tonight. And who knows if I will see you tomorrow. I probably will. I don't have any plans. I should go out and do something fun, but who knows if there is something fun to do. Last call night for all donations. Thank you very, very much. Alright. Looks like everyone is happy and sated and taken care of. I wish you all a wonderful rest of your night. Sleep well, sleep tight, and I will see you all soon.